The episode begins somewhere near the Shosku system, assuming the GM can find out where they are taking the scene. Give me a moment. I'm prepared, everybody.
Sure.
Good, me too.
I think we're starting with you, so you should be.
Well, I hope so.
Really?
Oh, duh! I'm making this hard on myself. There's an easier place to take you.
Disneyland?
We start on the
Disneyland?
bridge
Still a
of
thing.
the of the Maxwell Plank with Lieutenant Commander Myth. Lieutenant Commander, to catch you up a little bit from last episode as well, there has been the Tiger Squadron has split up with Maxwell Plank and Peltus going to DSE in the Shoshu system, and the Kismet going off to Wudra, the capital system of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds. There are some days we have been tracking a sort of extended task of sorts, where several days have been going by, people achieving tasks that included some of the security aspects of Varder, but also a lot of the diplomatic efforts on Wudra. So what we're now doing is checking on what Maxwell Plank's been up to. Now, all I've said vaguely is that your ship has been doing scientific experimentation and research in and near the Shosku system, because there's no tactical reason for you to sit there in system other than check out Shosku 2 and then go, well, that was neat. Let's go do something else, because we're a science ship. We're a technical test bed. We generally go do, if we're not doing anything, we're generally doing tests.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially with your traits that you have for the ship as well. So they're basically, your ship is living up to its bleeding edge researchers and the other bleeding edge thing
something.
you have. The other
Which
thing
I never did. I'll do that this session.
Okay.
The dream.
So the question is, each task you do will cover the span of at least 2 days. You can, for a momentum or threat, cut it down to 1 day or one interval. The time limit before the ultimate time, each character has a time limit, a certain number of intervals that each can use. If you're assisting somebody else, then your intervals are spent helping that person.
Right.
So, for example, Penn, Gren, and Effort, like everyone else, basically at 13 intervals. They've spent a few days doing things. There's 17 intervals before the captain has to have convinced the council, the Woohoo forum, to sit and talk to them and hammer out a deal. If that time lapses, the consuls in Wudra leave. They have other things to do. And at that point, well, any negotiations you guys were trying to do falls through, because they won't meet for a while. Whereas you guys sitting back, you're in the back line doing things to try to help this stuff out. And in this case, one wonders what the Maxwell Plank is up to, or at least the first thing it wants to do.
Yeah. So I guess there's two kind of questions in that regard.
Okay.
One, is there anything in the local sector that science or engineering Starfleet wants us to take a look at? Because sometimes that's a thing, investigate this star that might go nova in 50 years, take readings, that kind of thing. That would be a spatial thing.
The obvious things that would be sitting on your plate would be further investigation of Shosku 1, because it was where Borg stuff was discovered. There's also the warp corridor gate system that's one sector north of you, coreward of you. Those are obvious, persistent things that they'll always be happy to hear more research about. If you want to look for other stuff, ask your team, hey, I want you to spend the next 2 days, and I want all the departments to get me something for us to throw the whole ship at. And that can be a role of its own, where they find if there is any neat stars that Starfleet doesn't really know about, but you guys know about. And you kind of have a standing order as a technical test bed to kind of either do your own tests, or if you see something neat, you're allowed to go, unless Starfleet tells you to do something else, you're like, well, we're going to go do that, because that's what we're for. If you don't tell us to do something else, we're going to just do tests. That's what you have us out here for.
Well, I think as part of our mission area, we should probably finish our investigations of Shosku 1 before starting our engineering programs.
Okay. And one other thing regarding if you're spending momentum to cut down the time, if you do that, it won't involve a fitness medicine test for you because you don't sleep. That's not really an issue.
But it'll
But
involve the crew.
it would involve one for the crew.
Yeah, makes sense.
Actually, no, it's not even a test. It's just a straight up comp range goes up by 1 until they have time to actually rest.
All right.
That's what it is. So yes, to investigate chose you 1. That sounds like a reasons. Well, it depends. Are you like just scanning it from orbit? Are you like sending away teams down and scout and surveying the planet for a while?
I think we're going to be sending down some away teams after doing some comprehensive scans to make sure there isn't a immediate threat of any of the things that were there before.
Okay. Give me reason science difficulty 2. Your crew obviously assists you, and the ship would assist with sensor science.
All right. So there's 2. That's 3 assists from the ship. Sensors. No, it's sensor science. It's only 1 higher, and that was a 19. And then assist from the crew. All right, so that's 4 successes against a diff 1.
Yeah, so
Sensors.
3 momentum generated. That's the right one. It is. Okay. Scans of the planet will suggest that there are remnants of the outposts still on planet that weren't obliterated by orbital torpedo fire.
That's surprising.
Very little, like bits of metal and stuff. Like there's debris scattered across the countryside. The actual site itself is glassed or a crater, like it's just destroyed. There does seem to be your scans also show over the 2 days that there are small attempts at Borg at some sort of Borg listening posts or subspace relay type system, but it looks like they never got them completed, and it just and because it wasn't intended to, the thing just the devices just kind of rotted away and destroyed themselves. Like the nanites went into self-destruct mode and just started wiping out their own technology.
Right.
But that's you spending 2 days just sitting there scanning. It's like, oh, we found something like scattered across the planet. These little spots that are akin to what Starfleet knows as destroyed Borg tech, basically slag and gray and inert gray goo.
Right. So, at that point, depending on how much information Starfleet wants on the planet, like if intensive scans are enough, then I'll stop there. But if that's not enough for command, then I'll send down some teams.
That would be enough. Like that'd be the strict letter of what they might want, but away teams might get you more detailed information that planetary orbital scans might not get.
All right. Then yeah, we'll send down some just basic away team parties with some basic anti-nanite precautions to the planet at various points of interest.
Give me presence command difficulty 2.
All right.
Assisted by ship's comms plus command.
Man, it's a great department for the plank.
So 1.
I'll spend 1 momentum here for a 3rd die. Using a research focus.
That works, yeah.
All right. The ship. All right, just got it.
After sending some away teams down, they're able to recover that there were what appears to be some sort of underground ruin that that's on one of the other continents on the planet. Um,
Hmm.
and it's likely the outpost didn't realize it because they weren't. The outpost's job was more about sensor testing and astronavigation research, not so much planetary survey. This was just a nice before the disaster, the two disasters of the Bohr sphere hitting the planet and also subsequent destruction and then the glassing of the outpost. So three really, if you're counting. After all that, no one had really done it. No one really needed to do a planetary survey. Before then, it was good enough. Put an outpost, give it an environmental seal. They're good. They're happy. But this little outpost, because your survey team's like, well, we're gonna scour the planet. We're gonna take shuttles and beam and look all over this place because there's no one here. There's no inhabitants, especially after the atmosphere has gotten badly irradiated. Which your team takes the proper precautions, of course, because that's what you made the test for. But yeah, there's an underground facility of some sort of underground ruin that will take some effort to get into. But it's a point of interest, if nothing else.
All right.
After those couple days, the Lieutenant Wright requests that you do a quick circuit around the sector, the system, to kind of check to make sure the listening posts are still working. And also, you're updated that it appears that Varder's security operation is going smoothly. He's still working on it. She's okay. Nothing to worry about. Just to check in, let you know, hey, we're not dead. We're okay. You also get passed on the word that it appears that everyone on the Kismet team is fine, except for there seems to be, last you heard there was some sort of medical emergency that's being dealt with over there, but it seems to be something they're handling on their end. But negotiations are going well, and yeah.
All right. Sounds good. So, I'll deploy a archaeology team, possibly getting some personnel, if applicable, from the station, if they have anyone who's interested, before going on that circuit.
Give me that'll cost you 1 moment or one support for the ship. One crew support for the ship. Basically, having an archaeology team just stay behind and continuing the away team mission.
Mm-hmm. I'll spend one crew support.
Okay. They beam down and they take a bunch of gear with them specifically for delving into the ruin. And they'll update they will report to either you or the station if they see anything. Right. But otherwise they bring along phasers and general gear for an away team. But as far as your scans show and some of the away team show, there's nothing that's probably going to attack them. And xenoarchaeology teams are used to ruins having their own defense system, so they'll take some level of care when going in.
Yeah, have everything prepped beforehand. Yeah. All right. So, doing a kind of sector maintenance stuff for listening posts.
Give me reason or presence science. Difficulty of 2, assisted by your ship's sensor science.
All right. Subspace theory?
I'll take it.
All right. That's 4 plus. Six successes on what's adjusted to diff 1. So generate 5. Damn it.
Wow.
Right?
You get a report from your crew. You might have some questions you want to spend that on, so.
All right. Well, we have float.
Report coming in, Captain. And they shoot the data to your desk. Which these people, your crew, have learned that it's better to throw that they'll parse some of the data and make their own guesses, but then they throw it to you if you have any additional questions because you're a more experienced sensor operator than they are.
Interesting. Is the Arcania expecting any large ships on arrival?
Dorja looks over. Nothing currently, no, sir. Captain.
Very good. Let's try and get a reading on the ship then.
Oh.
Any sort of identifying markers? Can we detect any specifics about their warp signature from this range?
That'll cost 1 question.
Yep. Peculiar. Lieutenant Dorza, cross-reference this information with fleet deployments. Are we expecting to see an Excelsior class anywhere nearby?
Negative. There's no one in the 10th operating with Excelsiors, and Tiger Squadron hasn't been assigned one.
Indeed. Well, appraise the Arcania of this situation and inform them that we will attempt to make contact with the vessel.
Acknowledge, Captain. Passing on the message to DSE.
Very good.
Ted Dorja looks over. It's kind of far out for a workhorse ship.
Indeed. It's quite peculiar.
Should we raise shields?
Not until further notice.
Aye.
Ops, see if you can get me communications with them.
Hailing frequencies open.
This is Lieutenant Commander Myth of the Federation starship Maxwell Planck. Please provide your registry information. We are not expecting you in this sector.
And a face appears on screen.
This is Admiral Ulysses Haggard aboard the USS Argo, registry NCC 2001. I'm en route to DSE on a classified mission.
And with that, if you would, Admiral, a log, please.
Best not be here to mess with my investigation.
Oh, you wanted a log from me?
Yeah.
Heads up would have been good.
I gave you one.
Damn it.
Surprise, this is the heads up.
Hey, if I have to make them on the fly, so do you.
Fair enough. What's my star date, GM?
Stardate is 55196.
Oh, that's not good.
Admiral's log. Stardate 55196. The Argo is en route to excuse me. Deep space Ekaterina, is that it?
Arcania.
Deep space Arcadia. Hopefully
Arcania.
to what?
Arcania.
Arcania. Okay. Admiral's log, stardate 55196. The Argo is en route to Deep Space Arcania, a station that once upon a time belonged to the Orions, but now has been taken over by a Federation force operating out in this region of space between the Chigo Concern, the Five Systems Alliance, and the Woohoo Illuminated Spheres. I received a communication from an old colleague through back channels telling me that there appears to be some danger towards the peace initiative being undertaken by a fleet captain Grinnan aboard the USS Kismet. I'm here to hopefully prevent whatever forces there are that want to stop this peace brokerage before they can complete their mission. I'm putting a lot of trust in an old friend here, but what's the point of being an admiral if you can't swing your weight around a little bit? End log.
Yay!
No, computer.
Surprise admiral appearance.
Yeah.
Those are always good. Good things always
Oh,
happen in
not
those
battle
episodes.
music, not battle music. No, it's okay.
Well, time to roll a new character.
Way to set the tone.
Yeah. Damn.
Those things
New
always,
scene as the USS Argo has been called upon by the USS Maxwell Planck.
Are we still in communications or?
Yep.
Very well, Admiral. The station is now expecting your arrival. You may want to coordinate with our intelligence officer if he is of sufficient clearance to know the details of your mission. If you have any further questions on the region, feel free to ask me or the Lieutenant Commander, as we are currently the ranking officers in the region.
Thank you, Commander. Tell me, where can I find Fleet Captain Grinnan and the Woohoo diplomatic envoys?
Currently, the USS Kismet is deployed to Wudra, the capital of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds. To my best knowledge, it is still in orbit.
Understood. What is your intelligence officer's name?
Lieutenant Commander Varder Radun.
Excellent. Thank you, Commander.
Of course.
And Haggard will open frequencies to DSE and advise them of his coming and request a briefing by this Commander Varder at his earliest opportunity.
Lieutenant Commander.
Yes, Lieutenant.
She walks over and hands you a pad. I have an encoded message for you. It's not on the. It's not one of the usual intelligence files. Something from a NCC 2001. Is that one of your ships, sir?
Not one that I know of. Let's take a look. Just start tapping. Probably significantly raised eyebrow in a second here.
As you get the communique of the Admiral Haggard and his a very brief informational packet that he's on his way.
Right. We have an admiral arriving.
Sir? Right, blinks for a second.
That's about my reaction too, Lieutenant.
Okay. Surprise
This-
inspection?
It doesn't say anything, or does it say I am arriving?
It'll be an admiral speak. It says that I'm arriving at DSE and that I would like for you to brief me on the diplomatic overtures and situation with the Woohoo at your earliest convenience, which of course is Admiralese for
Now.
yeah.
Right now.
Right, well, time to prepare that. I was like, right, I've been keeping up to date with diplomatic stuff.
Sir, slight problem.
Yes.
Well, two really. One, the our Orion guest is supposed to be arriving tomorrow for his meet. And also, if checking star dates here briefly, she pulls out a pad and starts tapping at it. In about 4 days' time, we're also looking at the news of the Larira and what they're going to do regarding their request for an apology, given that their ship was seized by the Woohoo. So this is not the greatest time for an admiral to come by for a surprise visit.
No.
And I'll be honest with you, sir, we're not entirely ready for flag inspection. We've still been adjusting the Orion bits of the station. I mean, the station works and everything, but it works, she shrugs, good enough. I didn't think I'd have to worry about a flag inspection. She looks around a little nervous, like she's really worried about that's the focus of her mind, is actually that last part, not the other two. Those seem insignificant in her head.
Right. As well as the station is, we and Starfleet Command are well aware that the station is still undergoing conversion from its previous use to what it is now. If he wishes to make a fuss about that, that's for me to worry about, not you. You just have to make sure things are running as smoothly as you have been keeping them, and everything should be fine.
Oh, that's a comfort, sir. Give me Presence Command difficulty 1. She's actually a little nervous.
Yeah, rightfully.
Come on. Yeah, Varda's just like, it's not a...
It's not a big deal.
Chain of command? Because he's basically going, it's on me, not you.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'll use a momentum, sure, why not? We've got a lot of that.
Yep.
I think I got it back.
Nice.
She eventually calms down and all right. Shall you be meeting him, sir, or should we have a honor guard meet him at the airlock or transporter room, however he wishes to come aboard? Sir.
Why not both? I'm sure that he wants to talk to me for reasons. So I should meet him there and have a couple fellows in fancy dress. Because you know how admirals like that.
Yes, sir. I'll work on getting the dress guard ready to go, whichever way he goes.
And I'll go talk to our mercenary squadron about running patrols in the nearby area, well, this region around the station for the next couple days.
Yes, sir. She goes off. She returns to her chair and begins organizing for the admiral's arrival.
Like, when's he supposed to arrive? Like an hour or two?
Within the he is within minutes. He's within extreme range of the station.
Oh, never mind. I can't exactly talk to the guy within minutes. I can do that after the admiral. Yeah. I guess I have to go get changed.
Where's the plank going, by the way? You've completed your circuit. No one's taken apart your listening posts.
Well, that's good.
Lately.
I think well, yeah. We've had a problem with that before. I think we're probably returning to orbit Shosku 1 just to support our away team if needed, and then we'll be doing shipboard research.
So Waxwell Plank warps in and goes straight to Shosku 1.
Yeah, Admiral didn't say he needed to talk to me.
I see how it is.
Admiral, You see the Shosku system on sensors, and you see Deep Space Arcania, which is not in orbit of any particular planet. It's kind of in this weird semi-orbit between Shosku 2 and Shosku 3.
All right, I do have to wonder what the hell's going on over here.
Sensors detect that inside Deep Space Arcania seems to be non-standard non-Federation craft aboard. 6 of alien design from the newly encountered systems. They're known as free security fighters. Low power, single seat, scale 1 things. And then there's one Klingon, scale 2 Klingon attack fighter that are seen to be getting ready to launch. Like they're at a 5-minute ready to go configuration. Rather than the bunch of shuttles they have aboard the station. Those would be the many moons of Shosku 4.
Okay, yeah, I was about to ask if they were just a kind of a Jupiter moon system.
This would also be a moon of Soshu 4. It's just not there right now.
Don't worry
He
about
threw
it.
at
We're
us.
not putting it back yet, but we'll put it back eventually.
That's a rock world, and that is an ice ball, and that is it was a semi-habitable planet. It is now I forget the classification, but it's a world that's only habitable if you are in a habitat, like in a dome. It's not Class M, it's something else.
That's
Basically,
what I
an
thought, I
overly
think.
irradiated world.
All right, well, once we hit transporter range, I will have my communications officer coordinate with the station to beam me over.
You could duck if you wanted.
Not sure if there's time for that.
Right, an admiral on a time crunch, even better.
Great.
And the last admiral I spoke to immediately assumed that I was a terrorist, so
Well,
I mean,
you know, Bajoran.
woof.
Yeah, wow, racist much?
Don't care.
So a honor guard is sent along. In dress uniform, so it'll be fancy dress.
Yeah, are these still the white dress uniforms? I think they
Yep.
are, aren't they? Yeah.
I kind of love those ones.
Yeah.
They are pretty nice, yeah.
Where is the good Mr. Varner? There he is. Boop. Just a token secure force, or do you actually want like the security team advantage present?
You know, we've got the Orion Syndicate aboard, probably the security team advantage.
That'll cost you 1 crew support for the station, or it will cost you a momentum and a threat.
We've got 7 crew support on the station. I think we can spare 1.
Security team detail, they will be noted as such. So that's I'll make that a little bigger to represent that there's actually a noticeable group of them armed, but in dress uniform and wearing like a special sash to highlight that no, that's where the weapon is. We're not hiding it or anything. And any other preparations before the Admiral comes aboard? Because you learn that the Argo just kind of warps right up on the station, starts communicating back and forth, going, okay, we're getting into transporter range. Just let us know when you're ready to go.
He's asking for an update on the diplomatic situation, so I should probably just pull all of those files that I have that he should be cleared for. ? I should probably check this guy. Given our whole recent encounter with trouble.
That can
Probably,
be
yeah,
your
just check this guy.
that can be an intelligence officer question. It could be a recent command difficulty of 2, unless the Admiral makes special efforts to make sure his records are hidden, which then it would be opposed. I'm presuming you're not.
No. I mean, no. I'm sure there's some classified missions in there and missions that nobody else knows happened, but
I'm intelligence. It's fine. So you said presence command,
A reason command.
reason command. Okay, that's better.
Ship would help with command computer.
Yep.
Computer command, other way around.
I don't think chain of command works here. Unless I'm looking up the chain of command.
No, you're verifying. You're verifying
Yeah,
that
okay.
actually he has valid reason to be here.
That he is actually here. Like, is this admiral actually here? No, is he across the other side of the galaxy?
Is he an actual
Okay, launch the
admiral?
Peltus and Quantum Torpedo. These bastards, they're Mirrorverse again. Like, we've had that happen. I'll spend 3 momentum. I particularly don't want to fail this one. There we go. I think I made that back anyway.
And what's the station rolling?
Computers command.
It was a diff 2, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so I just made it back exactly.
Do. Here comes the file.
Oh boy. Okay. And he's actually like supposed to be somewhere where he could reasonably approach this place.
His ship is given. He is given personal admiral's leeway, as in his ship isn't attached to anyone in particular. He kind of just goes wherever he wants if he thinks his presence is necessary.
Okay.
This is and this says register as his personal craft.
All right. Yeah, that's just a little bit of a flex there. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, come on board.
Actually, since you're pulling up his file, if you look under Kismet GM resources, you're going to learn something. You'll have further information. I just have to unlock it so you can see it.
I have learned to become wary of any flag staff that come near me.
I've taught them to be very wary there, Haggard.
As well they should be.
Oh, okay, nice ship.
I have no idea what he's looking
So
at.
many episodes of Star Trek where admirals were jerks.
Oh, I pulled up your 10th Fleet file.
No.
Yeah, but I'm all set. You can pull up my file if you want. There's not much.
Well, and that one's definitely out of date for 2378.
Yeah, that was there are several hours of episodes if you wanted his full detailed log entries in Starfleet Command.
I think I'm good.
Just go watch those real quick and come back.
I feel like I can trust him within a reasonable margin.
What have you been doing the
but
last
that
90 years,
reasonable
Admiral?
margin
That's
is-
classified.
Hey, Haggard,
reasonable
remind me, is there any
margins.
notable decorations he got? At least up to as far as the Argo is concerned.
Legion of Honor.
So Legion of Honor recipient.
Yeah, hey, we both have that.
In Praxis game, you could trade in reputation for like arcs, so that's where my reputation went instead of medals.
Yeah.
And on his character sheet, the last talent he has is classified to intelligence and people of captain rank or higher.
I do happen to be intelligence.
Yeah, so that last one you can look up and go, oh, you know what that is, and no one below that rank is supposed to know that. That is very closely guarded.
His
secret.
personal one?
Yep.
I
He's
have access to his sheet. Okay, sweet. I only saw his ship. Ah, nice. Let's see. Oh, okay.
you can see why it's classified.
Well, that's a good reaction.
Love that.
I've had something similar. Don't worry.
That doesn't make it
That doesn't make it better.
better.
Also, I can't remember if I updated the his bio or not, but Haggard in 10th Fleet canon is the officer who made first contact with the Cardassians way back when.
Yep, that wouldn't be in the log. Yeah. That would be in the log. Sorry, it wasn't. It isn't in the 10th expedition thing. That was the thing you entered for Argo way back.
It's
Yeah.
like, I can forgive him for that, maybe.
He was the first one to shoot at them, as I recall. There was
Oh,
some
sweet,
shooting.
never mind. He's clear.
There was some shooting involved.
I just didn't shoot first.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a
Okay,
deal
well,
of
not everybody is Han Solo.
it's be ready to stand at attention when he materializes.
On your order, sir. We can let them know the beam over.
Proceed.
Admiral Haggard, do you beam anyone else with you from your ship, or do you just come alone?
Just me.
Okay.
Yeah, and Haggard is not wearing any kind of dress uniform. He's wearing that Deep Space Nine era Admiral Ross style dark uniform that has just the longer belted tunic, but otherwise it's standard duty uniform. And he sees everybody braced for attention and the honor guard and the dress uniforms, and his eyebrow kind of quirks, and you see him kind of suppress a grin, and he gets serious and nods and goes, "Permission to come aboard."
Permission granted, Admiral. I'll come aboard Deep Space Ricania.
I'm Ulysses Haggard. You're Commander Varder?
Lieutenant Commander Varder. Yes, sir.
Well, you can get the troops out of the monkey suits if you want. This is not any kind of inspection visit or anything like that.
Then they can be dismissed once we get you to our briefing room, and I can get you the information you've requested.
Well, let's go.
No, let's start leading the way out. If he's not gonna be doing any monkey business, then sweet, that's all the better.
It's been a long time since I've been on an Orion station.
Yeah.
Haven't changed too much.
Well, this one has hopefully changed a bit. We've been refurbishing, refitting, and trying to make it fit a lot more with the Federation standard.
As I recall, they tried the same thing with Deep Space Nine, and it almost worked.
But oh well, no. I was about to say that didn't have slave pits, but yes, it did. They just didn't call them that.
The Bajoran workers, the happy Bajoran workers.
I am a Bajoran.
I know. So
Anyway, actually, do I notice, like, as walking, just as keeping an eye out, any of the Orion fellows taking notice of this, or the Klingon chick, or any of the people we are observing?
say Klingon chick.
Yes,
Insight security difficulty 2.
I did say Klingon chick. Psionics?
Add complication.
Yeah, sure. I'm figuring we've been keeping tabs on them for 15 days now. I've probably gotten a fair read on who, is my argument for that one. But yes, it's a security role threat. I have a threat. Wow, that is unusually terrible for me.
Oh,
Okay. You know
Good
what?
job.
More can always be learned as a good value.
Yeah. No, I'll take it.
Or mission directive.
Which mission directive?
I don't know our mission directives.
Uh,
That was me questioning if we had one that'd be mildly applicable.
I don't believe so.
It's something to do with the black market.
Oh, yes. It would apply. You're right. Yep.
Okay. There we go. Thank you.
That didn't.
Thank you. I still have that determination.
There we go.
And yes, Haggard, Barter is a psionic or telepathically capable Bajoran for reasons. I forget if they're classified reasons. I don't think they are.
He'd be cleared for it anyway. but it's basically some alien forced him to be psionic through the use of sapient crystals. It's the short answer to that question.
I was about to say
the Calcat incident.
Yes.
Yep. Yes, it was indeed Calcut.
Oh no.
So yeah, Haggard will just kind of, take in the scenery until we get to where we're going.
There are large parts of it that you can still see the Orion isms, as it were, here or there, but they start like refurbishing some of the walls. Instead of Orion script, it's Elkar's Federation standard, that sort of thing. But it's this weird mishmash. Imagine if you had random corridors that look like starships and Starfleet stuff, and then you turn a corner and there's this kind of gray, green, rough edge looking outpost looking thing. It's like, well, it works and it's actually more stable that way, so we just left it alone. So it's somewhat patchwork. Although you see people working constantly on stuff. Although you see people wandering around, people are the various Federation species and non-Federation species coming and going. Of note, and actually, Haggard, you can assist with this role with insight security because you are looking around.
I have no idea exactly what I'm looking for, so any of my focuses apply.
You're looking for the bad guys or possible bad guys. So you can do with observation and whatnot. Let's see. I'd take strategy and tactics here.
All right.
Watching for anyone coming after you in particular, because that's a thing that happens wherever you go.
Oh, joy. It's good to be the Admiral.
Between the two of you, there are at least 2 Orions who seem to be shadowing you. They're not like right on top of you, but they observed you guys coming out, and they kind of started following along as you're heading toward elsewhere on the station.
Well, we've got momentum, so why not? Are they armed?
Yes. Seem to be armed with weaponry of some variety. Give me a second. I already forgot what they have.
We had, 4 float from that penned?
Yes.
You're
Okay.
at like 10 total, yeah.
No.
There they are. And so these guys, they are armed with daggers and disruptor pistols.
Okay.
Are they wearing any identifying insignia that I might recognize as far as their
Oh, I already know who they're with.
their consortium or anything?
For 1 momentum, you can get a bead on that.
Do you guys mind?
Go for it.
I do.
That's 6.
They seem they're not wearing any blatant emblems or anything or clothes, but you've been around enough and you've read enough intelligence reports. These are syndicate thugs. They're just dressed to look normal, but anyone with a trained eye goes, no, I know who they are.
There's a part of Haggard that always wants to run into the Green Star Sisters.
I'm considering with 2 of the float making an advantage of knowing that they're there, Varder can covert, security hand signal covert thing. Security team, if anything tries to go for Haggard, they're taking the hit. Does that make sense? Like basically body block anything that goes for Haggard from the security team to make them aware that that is a possibility, or have them position themselves around him in such a way that if anything did try to get to him, it's harder to hit him.
For
rather
2
than one of
momentum, you
them.
can have that as an advantage where you kind of silently give a prearranged signal of, cover him.
Yeah, I mean, it looks real bad on me if Admiral gets injured on the station.
They're huge. And just so you know, your direction of travel is this way. But they do seem to be following you.
Fantastic. Well, I'm not I don't plan to arrest them yet, and you can't. Following someone's not a crime. So I'm going to keep walking unless the admiral decides to do something else.
Oh yeah, it's too tempting to pass up. Haggard will spin on his heel and just sort of stand right in their way in the hallway with an eyebrow raised.
Oh boy.
They stop like, give me presence, command, or security opposed. As they are trying to look intimidating back at you. Or at least try not to be spooked by you suddenly turning on them like that.
Mental discipline is a focus?
Yeah.
Sounds so disappointing. Okay, so this is opposed. So take 1 threat to turn on bold.
I'll spend it back.
And then 2 Joe-mentum for 4 dice. And I'll re-roll a 0.
Okay.
I get to reroll the 19.
God damn it. Wow.
I appreciate that reroll.
So that's 1 versus 7. Okay.
Haggard, please give me 7 challenge dice. This is treated as if you have vicious because they have they did not think the old human was gonna spin around on them. It's kind of freaking them out that you did that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, shoot, I'll spend a momentum to re-roll 2.
You got the float, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
10,
another 2.
11. They freeze. They just freeze right where they are, as if they're waiting for you to say something to them. They almost come to a sort of attention, like, oh crap.
I think perhaps you took the wrong turn, gentlemen. I think the section of the station you're looking for is back the way you came.
One of the Orions looks at the other. He looks back at him. Yeah, we were wrong turn. We'll just kind of just go that way. Thanks.
Mm.
They very quickly walk away.
And Haggard will turn back around as if nothing really happened and said, well, come on, Commander. Let's not lollygag in the hallway all day.
A raised eyebrow.
Security team looks at Varder with horror, like, holy crap, we almost screwed that up. Some of them you looking apologetically like, we didn't tell him to do that. What we're going to do, stand in the way of the Admiral?
Let's keep going.
Sometimes you just got to pee on the tree.
Given that this place is still not 100% filled in yet, a formal conference room isn't really available. You can book a lounge area. You can get the ready room of the commander's office, or there is a security office you have here aboard as well.
Security office is my place, so let's go.
Copy pasta. Oh, actually, I
And
remember copying a movie there.
We carry out briefings there regularly, so when I said briefing room, it's not technically incorrect.
Fair.
It's where you brief people.
A room in which briefings occur.
Whoops, not these people.
Why are you here, Rithinger? Get out. It's my office.
The two of you step into a very federational looking office where on a glance you can see various intelligence, a combination of Starfleet security emblems and Starfleet intelligence emblems on the screen with some general nav security data of the Shoshio system.
When the door closes, I'll turn to Varder. Is this office secure?
I'm going to assume it is, given it's an intelligence officer's room.
It is, yep.
Yeah. Yes, Admiral.
Right. So, fill me in on what's been going on with Fleet Captain Grinnan and the Woohoo.
By our last reports, he is in orbit over, or the ship, the Kismet, is in orbit over the capital world of the Woohoo illuminated spheres, and he is on the surface, along with various members of the crew, engaging in diplomatic actions. All sorts of going from individual to individual who may have influence or be able to shed light on the situation within the spheres.
Haggard is listening, just kind of slightly nodding, doing that admiral thing with his hands crossed behind his back and looking thoughtfully out the station window. And how are these diplomatic actions proceeding? Any preliminary reports?
Have I got any preliminary reports?
You would know what happened from last episode.
Some inroads have been made with various senators or members of the medical community. I believe Captain Pend has talked his way into some good favor with various military members of the Illuminated Spheres. I would say they're making good progress, but I am by no means a diplomat.
And has there been any mention, or is there on this station a diplomatic envoy from the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds?
As of this moment, no. Or no known Woohoo on this station.
I have information that there may be ones here soon. GM, I'm assuming Haggard did his due diligence on the Tiger Squadron folk, so I'm aware of who Varder is and his record and all that good stuff.
Yep. You've had plenty of time to look it up.
Right, I figured. Right. Well, not only am I expecting there to be a diplomatic envoy arriving at some point, I've been informed by reliable sources that this envoy and the entire peace process may be under threat. There are some powerful forces that don't want this region to settle into peaceful development, and who would love nothing more than to fan the flames of war between the three polities already here, and probably with the Federation thrown in for extra spies.
I'm already aware of the Shigoan concern. They've already made efforts on the station itself and are presently in the early stages of war with the Woohoo Spheres. The Kwakwa is allied with the Woohoo Spheres, and we should have one of their vessels arriving in the neighboring system in the next couple of days.
Unfortunately, I think this operation may be mounted not from without, but from within, from our perspective.
From within Starfleet?
At least titularly. As I said, there are forces that prefer the situation in this region as it is, or even more destabilized. For whatever reasons, I don't know. But I'm not sure how up you are on Starfleet history.
Depends on which part of the history.
Does the name Admiral Layton mean anything to you?
That was the fellow on Earth, right? The guy that tried to do the coup?
Yes. Shortly before the beginning of the Dominion War.
Yeah, I know of him. It was interesting to be hearing about that while on Bayshore.
And there are other instances, particularly around the Kittimer Conference, for example. And then let's not even go into Section 31 and people like...
Are you alluding to the Tripolity, sir?
Well, at least the Tripolity is open about their resistance to the Federation and Starfleet.
This is another element that's not them. Great. Okay.
And to be honest, I can't give you an exact name of who it is. Our information is sketchy at best. I'm trying to blanking on his name. Who was the admiral that the Argo faced that Haggard got all up in arms about?
Malcolm, I believe it was. He's the one who took. No.
The one who bugged the ship so that when we ran into the Arcanians, that all the power shut down.
Yeah, that was the Marcus.
Marcus, that's it. Like Carol Marcus, duh. Unfortunately, Starfleet has a relatively extensive history of people in powerful positions thinking that they know what's best for the Federation and Starfleet, despite whatever laws, policies, or regulations might prohibit that action. I very much fear that we are going to be facing the same situation here. A lot of this is going to fall on your shoulders and those of your security chief. And
that is also me.
Well, then a lot of this is going to fall on your shoulders. But I have information that these forces may take direct action to try and interfere with the peace efforts in this region. They may come with official documentation and official uniforms of one type or another. This is one of the rare occasions where having 4 pips in a rectangle might come in handy. I'm able to stall such people sometimes a little bit longer than even a fleet captain. But we'll need to identify the threat and come up with enough evidence to stop them in whatever they're trying to do before they can wreck things. Failing the "here's my badge, this person's coming with me" approach, they'll probably be ready for even further direct action.
Would you, if you had to guess, I don't know how much information you have, would their affiliation have anything to do with the Syndicate? Because that would just make things really full circle right here. We're trying to break up a black market ring, and in the next couple of days, which matches your time frame, we're expecting a head honcho of sorts to show up.
I don't have any information that these are Orions. Again, unfortunately, I think this may be coming from within Starfleet or the Federation. And I trust this source, and I've trusted this source for 90-some years. But the same source taught me that no source is ever 100% reliable. But worst comes to worst, we are overly prepared.
Right. We'll keep an eye out for that as best we can. That's the sort of threat that's confusing to deal with, shall we say.
Indeed. But what you need to know is that the President, the Federation Council, and Starfleet Command are all agreed that the peace efforts being undertaken by Fleet Captain Grinnan and all of you out here are what needs to happen. ultimately, that's what will happen. But if the forces arrayed against your efforts can succeed, it might throw this entire region into bloody turmoil and set the peace process back for decades.
Right.
I was just about to say,
Do you
no
wish me
pressure.
to
Yeah, is that
inform
all?
Captain Grennan or Fleet Captain Grennan of this situation? I can get a secure line to the Kismet from DSE.
Yes, as long as he's secure on his end. And I and the Argo will be staying on station in order to assist you. But again, I'm not here to step on any toes. I'm not here to take anything over. I am here to swing whatever weight I have at whoever may come against.
Okay. That case, I'm going to get a file. Basically, this is what is currently going on in the station so that you are aware of ongoing operations. Being what's basically going to happen to the Orion in the next couple of days to clean up that loose end, which will hopefully mean I can deal with anything else cleanly, assuming that the times are not perfectly aligned to, add confusion and screw us over. We'll find out.
I know this is a lot to dump in your plate, Commander, and I wish I had more hard information. But we're going to have to be able to think on our feet and react quickly.
I'll see what I can dig up. I might have some people to talk to.
Station operation to Lieutenant Commander Varder.
Grennan, you're picking up everything that we're saying. Except
me a
for what I
sec.
said just then. And look at the Admiral and then press a little button. This is Lieutenant Commander Varder here.
Lieutenant, right here, sir. We have an update. We have 2 new ships incoming. Should be here in the next 2-3 days. USS Vindicator, Steam Runner class, and USS Astral, Saber class. They seem to be bringing along a group of passengers from deeper inside Federation space. They just checked in with flight control at Starbase, at nearest Starbase. They're just looping us in that they're approaching our tall grass area. And not that they know it's tall grass, but
I'm just going to look at Haggard.
Haggard looks very serious.
Understood, Lieutenant. I'll run a check on those ships and their captains.
If you've got a spare terminal, I'll see what I can find out
Make a
from the
gesture to
Admiralty end of things.
I'll make a gesture to the desk or the wall panel. I've got both.
Right. There was the Vindicator and the Who GM,
the Vindicator and the Astral,
Steam Runner and
Saber class.
Add these to my damn intelligence file. And I would fill in right, except that was over an open comm, and I don't feel like doing that.
Oh no, not over the open comm. I was saying like you might want to get right in on the conversation you're having in your office.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is technically her station to run and all that such.
God, how large is this data file?
Wait one, Lieutenant Wright, and I've got a convenient mute button I can press.
Yep.
Admiral Haggard. Lieutenant Wright is the station commander. I would believe it to be in our best interest to include her in this conversation. But if you feel otherwise, I understand.
How's Wright's record look, GM?
Her reputation's okay. Her last distinguished service was aboard the USS Tereshkova when it was destroyed in a battle defending a species known as the Varder, help me, I forget what they're called. The Crystal People.
Psionic Crystal People number 3.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, is there a third race of psionic crystal people that we don't know
There
about?
sure is.
They're the
It's not the
Some-
Calkit, but the
Zirconians?
Zirconians.
Oh,
were they Zirconians?
Yeah, I think they're Zirconians. Yeah.
They were split in two and had two different. I don't know.
oh, right,
I
yes.
thought that was Praxis' own thing.
See, I knew I was going into a
They
Corbinian
were-
game, so I took the
Because
opportunity to get
remember-
mental discipline.
Because remember, we were convinced that he was talking about Calcat, and he was not.
Yeah.
Right.
There's other crystal things. It's confusing. Don't worry about it.
Yes, they're the crystal things that actually like us.
She's known as a medical counselor who studies parapsychology. That is to say, like mind meld, psionics, and other supposedly supernatural psychological events.
Okay.
Honestly,
Yeah,
would have
Haggard.
been maybe
go
better
ahead.
to have her this mission with all of these psionic people than me, but it's fine.
Haggard nods and kind of grins and goes, "Yeah, I think Wolfgang would approve."
I forget if the name means anything to me.
That was just kind of half under his breath.
I think I've heard Wolfgang before, though. Either
Insight
way,
security difficulty 1 there, Ryder.
didn't I meet them?
Yeah, I'm just not saying much because it's a role,
Yeah, Insight Command, you said?
a security or command.
Security, right. One threat, why not?
Sure, I could always use more threat. Could always. Use
Yeah. I don't think I actually had a focus for that one, but yeah. 3 successes. I'm fairly sure it's that weird lady that nearly shot me. Oh, never mind, the other guy. Okay.
Yeah, you
Ah,
have met him.
I have a favor from him, actually. Ironically. Right,
the
I'll just
Midnight
press
You
Captain.
don't say. Hi.
Yeah, I'll press the unmute button. Lieutenant Wright, if you could make your way down to my office.
Yes, sir.
And Haggard will start digging into these ships and most particularly their current mission and these civilians that they're escorting.
Yep. While she's on the way down, basically, let's get that done. Yep.
Yeah, I'll use the wall.
I lift the
here.
chair open just in case Haggard wanted to use the disc.
I just wave him down to his seat and
Oh,
I start
great! You're not one of those admirals.
tapping at the wall panel.
What
It
kind of role are we doing?
It doesn't have the coffee cup holder, so that's why he never sits in it. Each of you. What are you each looking into?
Do you want to take a ship each?
I'm really interested in the civilians and who they're escorting. That's kind of my focus.
Okay, so you're looking at the passengers. I'm looking at the ships and the Starfleet side of things.
Okay.
Haggard, you can give me reason plus security or con. It's going to be opposed. The station helps you with computers plus relevant discipline.
Okay.
I need to pull up their sheets again.
Don't think I have any focuses that will apply here. Nope.
Oh, there they are, right there.
Well, I don't have any for research either.
Unless deception will help.
Complication, counter deception, basically.
Yeah, okay.
Take it.
Yeah, definitely.
This is a complication-heavy ship.
Okay. I think I'm actually going to go for a determination spend for this role. First suggestion will be all warfare is based upon deception.
Yeah.
You know, that sounds relevant. For
Okay.
some reason.
Let's see. We still got 6.
You have 5 values? Yeah, you do. Huh.
Bold won't come in here. Okay. So let's do 2 bold for the 2 momentum for the third dice. I don't want to starve everybody of momentum, so
Use as much as you feel like.
and then the next one is 3, so do 2 momentum, 1 threat for the fourth. That'll leave you with 2. And here goes. Bump complication up 1.
Yes.
Okay.
That applies to the station as well.
Understood.
Can I use my value here? I'm not talking to you. So
Station.
why?
Oh my god, that's 2 20s.
I do have a focus. Do I have a special rule that helps me? Again, I'm not talking to you.
Rolling for veteran.
Fudge. Well,
That works.
I'll try
Out your veteran.
I'll try not to get caught.
Good
Are you double veteran?
I don't
No,
know
I
why
think
it
you
did that.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the first one wasn't, so.
Wow,
Oof.
that's some good rolls.
We're currently looking at 6 for you. But 2 comps.
And
Do you have any
that's
rerolls?
6, so that right now it's a tie. I'm going to spend my determination to reroll 2.
Yeah, seems good.
Jesus.
Oh, I haven't told you how many hits it is. I have to look up the sheet.
Well, right now, if I'm counting right, it looks like 6 to me. So
3.
Oh,
3.
it's 3?
This isn't their specialty, what you're doing to them.
Oh, they've
Oh,
got
well.
like an 11.
So we could just buy off those comps, and you can keep your determination.
Okay, sounds good.
Because we would make 3 momentum, we'll have 1 left.
They weren't expecting someone to actually pay that close attention to their file.
I spent years getting my reason up to a 9. Years. Decades.
I feel that.
And I still have a higher reason.
Yeah, reason was Haggard's dump stat.
That's what he had a good science officer for.
That's right.
Varder's was insight, then I realized as a security officer he needed it.
oh my god, I just realized this is my first time actually playing in a game with you, Haggard. I've either always been your game master or I've played under you.
That's true. Well, no, we were in that fleet action with the.
Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't
Oh,
do the doctors didn't do much, but we
Right.
were there.
oh yeah.
And then there was the one with the Tripoli, where Haggard's granddaughter got her butt
Oh,
kicked.
that's right. That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, because I think me and Vada also played in one of your one-shots
Yeah, we did.
for the expedition.
We
And
guest
Blackwell,
starred,
of course, was on the last Archon arc with Pend and Varder on the ground.
Yeah, you saved lives. Just as a note, why not? The beverage Varder probably has on his desk is kava juice, which is a Bajoran thing. It's unfermented wine. It's basically grape juice.
I was gonna say, so grape juice?
It's basically grape juice.
Hey, I'm down for that. I love grape juice.
Of course you do.
Although Concord grapes aren't actually grapes, they're berries, but
I
And
I
at some
don't
point-
know what a kava is as far as this.
Oh, I didn't tell you what their branch was. That's my bad. Sorry. There you go.
At some point, Haggard will step over to the replicator and order coffee black, extra strong. And then when he goes back over the board, kind of absently takes a sip, and then kind of licks his lip and looks kind of disgustedly at the cup, then takes a drink anyway.
I was probably looking at that like, you just ordered that. What do you mean you don't like it? It's like, wait, oh, it's humans doing the human thing of, I don't like it, but I'm going to drink it anyway.
Replicated coffee. Ugh.
Any
Well-
questions about the information you've gotten so far, Admiral?
Ooh, goodness. I hadn't seen the second part yet. How
Yes, sir.
classified are these files?
Classified enough that your code did not unlock their mission.
Oh.
Well, that means I would have been surely stumped way before you were.
Yeah, let me ask for clarification. I'll just type it.
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Listen,
Okay.
Kent, we can't all be Section 30.
Yeah, because that could have been read a much more terrible way.
It's true. Oh, I got that division wrong. I'm bad. Sorry.
Like, how many passengers are we talking about?
$230 and a half. That half is on one of the ships.
That's the
The
actual
half
division
is just
of
a
ranks.
teller, right?
But you got their department correct. Well, Commander, here's trouble. Take another sip of the coffee and kind of grimace. Remind me to have the Argo send you over some proper beans.
We have some just in the one of the promenade places.
I'll have to stop by.
Just don't tend to drink human coffee.
Do you know if they roast their own?
Oh
There's
man.
like a blink for a second. I might be an intelligence officer. I don't pay attention to their groceries.
Shame. In any event, you ever heard of someone named Leshy, aka the Quartermaster?
I believe that's who I was waiting for to arrest.
Well, it looks like she's coming to you, Commander.
I know. She was supposed to be coming here. I just didn't realize they were coming here on a Federation starship.
And apparently, along with her, whether they're with her or not remains to be seen, but one captain, one commander, and 4 lieutenant commanders from Starfleet Security with files so classified that I can't get into them.
Does that mean they're they're intelligence, aren't they? Does it say that much?
One would assume. The only details I can get are their ranks and I don't have their names, GM.
Oh, you can pull their names, yeah.
Yeah, I can get their names, ranks, and departments, but that's about it. If that doesn't spell intelligence of one kind or another, I don't know what does.
I would guess that if your clearance doesn't touch it, I doubt mine will, but I can always take a look.
It's worth a chance, or if you have anyone on staff who, shall we say, has a particular talent with information.
Well, we do have one Captain Pend. I
Pen.
could send him the information through secure line.
Pen. The Tellarite.
Yep.
I've read a lot about him.
Well, not nearly as much as you possibly could have, because I imagine his file is also equally blacked out.
God.
But taking the chance that they are intelligence operatives, that means they are likely to have access to my intelligence reports. And if they are working with this quartermaster, then they'll know everything I've been doing here in preparation to arrest everyone.
Well,
So I was going to ask for your permission to falsify a report that my preparations have changed when they haven't.
see to it. And hopefully they're not aware I'm here. I didn't advertise where I was going, and I kind of operate as an admiral without portfolio, so Starfleet doesn't tend to keep tabs too much. I may be your ace up the sleeve.
We'll see.
And speaking of Captain Pind, where is he?
Uh-oh.
Over at the Woohoo or Woohoo homeworld. Yeah. Or he might be on the homeworld. He's with Captain
that's
Brennan.
right. He's liaising with their military structure. That's a shame. Someone with the captain's, shall we say, lack of respect for usual procedure might be just the person we need.
I'm hearing a lot of shit talk.
I can
Yeah, but it's shit talk where an admiral's going, this is the guy we need. So,
the best person I can think of to establish us that connection is aboard the Maxwell Plank, and they're just a system over. I can ask them to send Lieutenant Commander Vata to Arcania.
Well, you know your people.
I'd hope so.
So, do you want me present, or do you want the Argo and I to take a long lap on the other side of the sun and be ready to unexpectedly appear? Although, to be fair, if this Lesha is anything like some other syndicate players I've met in the past, she'll know that I was here before she even hits the station.
I can't say I've ever dealt with Syndicate before. So you have the experience in that regard. If you believe she'll already know you're here, which is likely given her company, if that is indeed working with her, I'd hope not. Your information is likely correct. I'm inclined to trust you at this point.
I would also recommend that you prepare, or have your medical officers prepare a quantity of anti-pheromone serum.
When Lieutenant Wright appears, we can make sure to inform her of such a thing. And at this point, I'm just going to Lieutenant Commander Varder to Maxwell Planck. Given they're, within the same system as us, that request can just be passed up through bridge and then blah, blah, blah.
It just got back.
Yeah, oh, good timing even.
Yep. Thank you. Maxwell Planck here.
I have a request for you, Lieutenant Commander. Either if you believe you can set up a secure link from my terminal to the Kismet from where you are, or if you can send over Lieutenant Commander Vata to do such a thing in person.
We are not currently spatially tied to any specific coordinates, so we can liaise with the Arcania and transfer over Vata.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you, Myth.
Very well. We'll be at the station in approximately 5 minutes.
At that time, I'll have, if you could come to my office as well, we might as well brief you on what's going on.
Understood, Commander. We'll be there shortly.
Then cut it out. Look at the Admiral. We can trust her. She is more or less mechanically inclined to not lie. You've got her file as well.
Again, I've reviewed the senior staff of Tiger Squadron.
Yeah.
Thus far, you seem to be making good choices as far as the people to bring in.
Before we change scenes, Varder still has one check he can do before the Vada gets into line and both Wright and Myth walk in.
Yes. Which one was that? You checking the ships?
Yes.
Yep.
That will also be an opposed roll, reason, con, or security. It's computers plus relevant department.
Security. Chain of command.
Yes. Complication.
Okay. I'll take that. Threat. You know what? Why not? I've got 2 of these medals. You get 5 threat.
Yay!
I'm hoping it would be less. I used that last time to cheat you out of 1 threat, and I felt dirty.
What, because the medal actually did what you wanted it to?
Yeah, I got to cheat him out of a single threat. Okay, so that's 4. I'd not roll anything like, ooh. I didn't get a single thing below a 5. That's not usual. I didn't get a single thing below a 10.
And what was
Oh,
it?
yes, I did.
Oh,
Never
you
mind.
said opposed.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
I've got my determined juice still, so it's fine.
That isn't.
And they really don't want me to get in the sun.
Rerolling at 20.
You don't need to. Oh,
Oh.
so is that
5.
5? I don't like that at all.
6.
Oh,
That's even worse.
6 hits against my 4. Okay, let's see here, determination. You got some work to do. You owe me. More can always be learned. As a value. Or the odds
if
will
you-
not be-
If you take the first one, you'll have a complication on the reroll. But the second one, you would actually get flat. You would
Right.
get the reroll flat.
the odds will not beat me, I will beat them. Because go away.
So, are you going to go big with the reroll and multiple?
I was gonna. So I've got 4 right now. I was gonna.
It's tempting, isn't it?
Now that you've said it, I had a plan, and you've now confused me. I'll roll 3. Why not? Ew, that's not as good as I was hoping. That is 5 to 6. Come back. You didn't come back to me.
Oh well.
Don't. Oh well, me. I have this.
What?
Now he's got to go hunting through his
Yeah.
phones.
I don't need to go hunting. I have the last episode. I was running Starfleet intelligence stuff, looking things up.
Yeah.
So, you're going to go big?
Don't
Yeah.
you dare!
Hard.
Determinate.
I've got it back.
Train.
Ridiculous. Why?
Train. Train.
I beat him.
All it took was like 4 determination.
Isn't that 6?
Damn.
Yeah.
I think you just tied
Oh,
it.
am I tied?
Yeah,
Damn.
you're tied.
Look at that mad bullshit.
I lost the determination too. I'm tied. at
Veteran's a
least.
wonderful thing.
That was so stupid.
You can see at the complication that they will know that you pulled your intelligence rank and demanded to get an answer. It's like, no, I am reporting this to the Admiral of Starfleet Security. If you do not answer my question right now, want that file. You do not approach my station without being fired on. It's like, oh, you'd have to identify yourself. Whereas right now, all you're doing is just looking it up somewhat passively and using some command codes to kind of get at it without really giving yourself away.
Oh,
somebody high up is full rank, and if you lack the rank, but you have the title. As an intelligence officer, you are privy to information that someone of your rank normally wouldn't be.
Oh, could you spend your medal to get around that complication?
Which one?
Don't you have a medal that lets you ignore a complication?
Yes. Could I?
You could, yeah. It's a complication for breaking a tie.
Let me find my appropriate sheet because I don't have any of that on my. I've got a separate file for myself.
Let me grab my command book.
Yeah, I do have that. Yeah, let's do that. I didn't realize I could ignore that complication like that. Let's do that. I don't like
What
that.
complication? Ignore the complication.
It is the Legion of Honor.
You
Funnily enough.
you invoke your Legion of Honor, and it's just one of those, like, the guy who had the file who was kind of stone blocking, like, oh, whoops. They kind of get the feeling like, ooh, I'm stopping a good guy from doing a good guy thing. I don't feel good about stopping you anymore. Here you go. Don't worry about it.
It's like you don't get that medal from being bad.
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my
why are you
God.
asking? I have a valid reason. You sure? Yes.
That was nuts.
I mean, I could also be like, is the guy a Majoran? I've got a thing for that.
Oh my God.
Okay, I got it.
That was dumb.
That is my character. I can use so much determination. Anyway, yes, the information about the ships. There you go, Haggard. You got to see that up close and personal.
Oh yes, I never doubted.
That was just like an average example, though. That's the worrying part.
I've seen it in combat. Well, Haggard hasn't, but Blackwell saw it in combat.
Oh, I did do that in combat on the ground op, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I managed to whiff every single thing to roll, and then I had Deadeye Marksman, so I rerolled all the dice anyway,
Yeah.
and was still missing, so just determination trained to then hit anyway.
That's when Blackwell was running from character to character going, and you get 5 stress back, and you get 5 stress back.
I somehow did not get hit that entire thing.
I know you did.
Everyone else did.
Yeah, I'm the only one who ended up with a hole in his chest.
Because you went lethal.
Yeah, I mean, the GM did try to kill Vogel, but, like, whiffed every single die.
I mean, it was either that or them firing at the person working at the console, so kind of handy.
Yeah.
This bad boy can fit so much
While Varder is
determination.
tapping away, Haggard probably just hears a very heavy, very resigned sigh.
Haggard's like sipping his coffee, again, going, why
Just-
I never understood why they chose to use Arabica beans for the
Jesus H. Christ. Get over it.
profile.
Real
beans.
coffee snobs there.
You know, if you want something real strong that'll help with everything, Ractigino is a very good recommendation.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Aractigino's good. A little bit too sweet, but good.
Sweet.
Special security. Oh my, that sounds pretentious. Special security. I'm from Starfleet Special Security.
Think of that as a designation for not intelligence officers, but think like federal police officers to give you an idea of scale. They're the policing arm of Starfleet. Usually only summoned in very special circumstances, and they're not long-lived. You usually order them, and they have a task that they're aimed at, and then eventually you collapse them when you don't need them anymore.
Yeah, I can take a single guess at what this one's aimed at, given their previous.
Yeah, it's never good when their initials are SS.
Does
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a good point.
That is unfortunate.
Admiral,
Oh
does
boy.
the name Aiden Holbeck, fleet captain, mean anything to you?
Aiden Holbeck?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Admiral, you can give me insight command difficulty of 2, or for one momentum on one threat, you have the advantage of having met this person before.
Sure, let's do the advantage.
It's a 1 and 1.
We're gonna
Whoops.
change scenes anyway, so
I was gonna say we're about to lose that momentum. So
Kobek is the last name.
Holback.
Holbeck, man.
Bach.
Twice I haven't heard right tonight.
Holbach.
Oh, of course.
Which ship is he in charge of either, anyway? The
They're
Vindicator or the
the-
Astral?
They have a third ship that they're head of. That isn't coming.
Okay, there's a third ship. Of course there's a third ship coming.
oh no, are we about to deal with the anti-Tiger Squadron?
No, why would give you that idea?
Okay.
I knew I should have
USS
put
Vindicator,
quantum
the
torpedoes
USS
on the
Astral.
Argo.
They're about to be renamed the USS Casualties.
Call an ambulance, but not for us.
Well, I mean, I can take a reasonable guess at what they're here to investigate, and it's me.
Or pens?
I assume everyone out in intelligence is just after Pend.
Oh, no, they're not actually after you.
Or myth? Like, to totally throw a curveball.
I was gonna say,
Technically,
which of
myth
us
is included.
accused of
Yeah.
war crimes currently?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
Efrix.
you're not there.
Efrix.
Yes.
You are the one with standing charges. Mine were dropped.
Yeah.
Mine are classified.
I mean, I don't think they care about that. And they
Mine
don't
should
know
be
we are not
non-existent.
currently there.
I've already beat
I mean,
my
they might,
charges.
but like, it's not like we're not coming. Well, unless we die, it's not like we're not gonna come back.
You know, but having
Guess
read
I'll
that
die.
about this squadron, I'm very happy that I invited the two specific people that I did to this room because they're people I'd need to talk about anyway, or talk to anyway.
Sent you the information there, Haggard.
Sorry, I was muted. Does Varder have the same information, or is that just stuff that I know?
That's something you just happen to know.
Okay. Holback. Unfortunately, I do know him. He was involved in Leighton's coup. Was one of the people Leighton put in specific positions to try and help, quote, capture Dominion spies and save the Earth.
Okay, I just put this together and I don't like where it's going.
That's
I'm pretty
And,
sure I saw some of his handiwork on Earth.
Unlike most of the people involved with that action, he was cleared of all charges.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
pretty sure I saw some of his handiwork in Germany.
And the two ships heading our way are in Germany, you say? Imagine. The two ships heading our way are part of the 21st Special Security Squadron.
Yep. I had that. He's in charge of it. Assigned for investigation of non-federational secret societies.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Which technically, they could argue is the Orion Syndicate, because, yeah, but I really doubt that's what they're here for.
Shit. Maybe not for me then. I got
Not
out.
for you, yeah.
I also got out.
No one except for Varder, Pend, and Efrix knows that Myth is in.
Oh, and there's also Right.
She doesn't know
There's
Myth
right.
is
She
involved.
doesn't know
No.
what's involved.
No, I know that, but
But she is
al-
involved.
But she
Yeah.
is also a potential target. Is what I'm saying.
I still have no idea if I can actually telepathically communicate with
Yeah,
Myth or
but
not.
of those, which one is an actual agent?
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that particular revelation. We cut to the med bay of the USS Kismet.
Oh, hi, Wolfgang.
As an older human male walks in, helping carry a unconscious woman and puts her on the med bay bed, dressed in a what appears to be a black military uniform of some variety that doesn't match up with the uniform that the Woohoo wear.
That's weird.
Say that again, just like that.
Am I in the med bay currently?
You
I'm down on the planet.
you eventually get called up to the ship as there's a medical emergency, and the medical staff also inform you that there is some guest aboard who brought along the injured lieutenant.
Hello?
Yes, doctor. I believe your patient here is from your crew, and she has been her neurological net is being overwhelmed by sonic charge. If she is not treated within the next 24 hours, her brain is basically going to melt. So I figured you'd want to take care of her rather than the locals.
Thank you. This isn't the first time I've dealt with something like this.
All right. I've done what I could to help stabilize her, but the damage is quite global. I can't safely manipulate that much brain matter without causing irreparable changes that I can't measure, and I don't have access to your medical files. Well, not legal ones anyway. The two others just kind of look at him like, what the hell? Who is this guy?
Sorry, I didn't catch your name or association.
Wolfgang von Wartburg. I'm a private, independent citizen. Human, in case you're wondering. I'm not of the woohoo. Don't have the tan for it, you see.
Fair enough. Pull up the reports I'm getting on her.
Give me reason medicine, difficulty of 3.
Okay. Spending. Wait, do we have? We have. No, we don't. Okay, not spending for cautious.
Somebody spent it on you by changing scenes.
That's okay. Emergency medicine.
Yeah.
I tried to get her to do a thing, and then she barely failed the thing.
That's okay.
Although we wouldn't be using the mechanical benefits of it, this is the situation where you use a cortical stimulator.
Yeah.
That's probably what they put on her head to keep her from
to keep her from completely crashing. Yeah.
Like we probably don't get that.
We legitimately, like, based on what we were hearing from the last session, they wouldn't have been able to move her without.
Oh, wait, no. It says doctors can also use this device to reduce the difficulty of any attempt to revive patients who are in a coma or otherwise unconscious by 1.
Oh, yeah, that actually helps. Never mind. You're right. So
I'm just looking at her results right now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're not waking her up. That's true.
Yeah.
Never mind.
It would be a really bad idea to wake her up right now without repairing anything.
Right, but it is worth noting.
Yeah, going down the road, yes.
Good to remember that is there and that's what that does. Because I knew there was at least one medical device that was useful for that purpose.
Scans seem to indicate that she basically had suffered some sort of imagine your computer most closely associates it with a mind meld gone wrong. So basically, someone mind melt and then dumping into a brain that's used to living no more than 100 years, trying to throw like 200 years at them, and that's a very dangerous thing to do to a human, to a non-Vulcan mind or a long-lived species mind, because the brain isn't really equipped to deal with that, and so you can end up with global overcharge of the brain, and that's it could kill them. So actually, that's why Vulcans usually, if they do mind melts, they do very small snippets. They try not to dive and dump.
Yeah, very, very shallow.
Maybe we should
creating a bond.
Maybe we should bring in our neurosurgeon, who is also a Vulcan, and activate the MH. Maybe.
I was gonna bring in the meth for sure.
So you summoned to the med bay.
Yep.
Do.
Dr. Vameth to medbay. Medical emergency.
Very quickly rushes in and takes her place ready for surgery. Wolfgang steps back a little bit, but seems to be observing and but try not to stand in the well to be in the way.
Yeah, this is not we probably don't have that anymore, because that was for just that episode, I think. But we have recently dealt with cyanic backlash in a patient that caused quite a bit of damage.
For momentum and a threat, you can have the advantage that that's still active.
Okay.
That procedure is
I'll
still
throw that.
in your minds.
I just want to say you might want to see if you could use 2 threat and keep momentum so you can activate your cautious.
You could do 2 threat for that, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, let's do that. I also have, and I'm just because I'm pulling stuff out. One of my traits is novel trauma specialist.
That'll bring down the difficulty of treatment by 1, or it can cancel out a complication increase.
Okay. And I also have my surgeon's medal, which brings down the difficulty. Okay.
Momentum. Misread that.
I guess Efforts is on the map, so.
Ken's mom is a bunch of ashes elsewhere.
Oh.
I mean, yeah.
Yikes.
Any other prep you do, or any other things you grab before treating the patient?
I mean, I think it's fair to bring in the cortical stimulator just for later, but that's not the immediate thing.
Okay.
Pressure field is a thing. Should really just, anytime I have to do this, I should just have the medical book open. Be smarter.
That's why I ended up doing it, even as a counselor. I'm like, I'll just have these just in case I need to do any of this stuff. Which I did a lot, apparently, on the bloody Tenchi. I'm not mad. Oh, not the Tenchi, the Tereshkova.
It's what you get. Ship named after a woman who had to parachute out of her space capsule as it reached the Earth's atmosphere.
Hey, I had wanted a different name, but no, I got outvoted.
I mean, it's a cool name. Valentina. She was something.
Yeah.
You can have that momentum back.
I wish I had the hard copy of this because I hate searching for shit.
In the PDFs, I have the hard copy of what the
A science.
I have it. What are you looking for?
I don't know. That's why I'm.
Well,
Basically, page 50 through 52 is the stuff you
Yeah.
buy. The drugs are just flavor; they're fluff.
yes.
I just need to memorize them. Haven't yet. I think that's probably. I mean,
Alkacine is one for neurological damage.
Oh, I forgot. Stacy's units cost. I have to remember that for the Tenchi. Whoops.
Yeah, probably a mixture of alkacine and hydroquinone.
yeah. Like we want to share her mental stress between multiple people. I never did get to use that invention. That's okay. Um, um,
Damn it, let me use the risky medical technology.
that I made. Listen, I made it for a very specific purpose, and it wound up not being necessary, so that's a good thing, I guess. Do we want to activate the MH? Help.
I feel like you probably got it with UN for math.
Yeah, I feel like we probably have it handled.
At a certain point,
Yeah.
there's too many cooks thing.
Yeah,
What
I
you
think.
could do is spend for a medical team to either reduce difficulty or complication range.
Well, the thing is, I already have something that does that.
Can you have too much of it?
I don't know if it stacks.
Oh, it does.
It does?
Mm-hmm. STA is much nicer than D20.
Okay. Because I was like, I have 3 things that do that. I just don't know if I can stack them.
They do unless it specifically says it can't. Like this must be used solely or something like that. Some things are like
Yeah.
that. This is used in a certain scenario.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll get a medical team in here. That just makes sense anyway. We're in med bay.
Yeah. And that's your roll power, so it costs you nothing.
Yeah.
I'll note a medical
So we
team.
got our nurses and staff with us, and then we have recent briefings on just such an occasion, although this is much more extreme than the last one, and that one was pretty extreme. Can we stop upping the ante?
So the base diff is 5 before you start shaving it down.
Okay.
So what is shaving down the difficulty? There's your
Okay. There's my novel trauma specialist.
right.
And there's my Starfleet surgeons ward.
Is that one's permission activation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Although I have
Medals are always.
Although I have 2 of them.
Oh, okay. All right.
So because there was that one that apparently Ed gave me and I didn't realize I had it.
Yeah, I think
So there's those 2 plus the medical team.
So I think the first roll would be diff 2, yeah?
Okay. Spin for cautious. Surgery.
Yes.
Who wants to roll the math?
I'll do it.
You would.
I haven't rolled a thing today.
You're gonna get to do some diplomacy.
Reason medicine?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, not reason, probably.
Control medicine.
Well,
Let me
those
just see.
those are all fine because it's the discipline that matters.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if those
That's
would have
what-
been.
Focus in neurology.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be that kind of day, I guess.
You've done one roll, don't worry about it.
I think those are not.
Those 2s hit. That last 1 is a miss. Oh no, it hits dead on. It's 15 dead on. Never mind.
Yeah.
Because 10
This
and
is
5.
15, that's fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
2 momentum.
Nope. 3.
Oh.
You, after some bit of well-skilled and practiced surgery and the combined efforts of the medical bay, you are able to stabilize Lieutenant Grace Abernathy and bring her back from the brink and restore her back to baseline, to her normal medical baseline. She's now simply unconscious.
Right, time to try again.
Are you aware what caused this? Now that I'm out of surgery.
My understanding is that your lieutenant attempted a local academic ritual that involves gaining knowledge. It is something that is very difficult, even for those of Wuhu to achieve. It is especially difficult for those who do not have a high Esper rating. In her case, usually humans do pretty well, like the lieutenant there, but unfortunately, I believe her Esper rating was too low, and they did not account for that since they're not used to low Esper rating humanoids.
And it doesn't surprise me much. Risk for the sake of academics seems to be her MO.
Well, it's what Starfleet signs up for, usually.
Usually
Now-
not without other members of your team with you, but we did.
I'm fairly sure there's a
actively-
regulation or 5 against that, yeah.
Be some reports filed, but mostly she should be okay.
How do you return to the ship, bro?
Doctor, if I could also, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were busy, and I don't have free reign of the ship. I wonder if I could have a word with your ship's commanding officer. I believe I have something of importance to tell him.
Fleet Captain Grinnan is down on the planet, I believe, but I could make contact with him for you.
I would much appreciate that.
Dr. Vameth, do you think it's best to wake her up, or should we let her rest?
She can be resuscitated. She's a no risk, but if there's no particular need to wake her up, resting is never a bad thing for a patient out of surgery.
Was my thought as well. Let me know when she wakes up. Thank you for your help. Good work, everyone.
Everyone, shake hands.
I do.
Yeah,
I do realize
doctor,
the GM
doctor.
gave us an organization with the acronym SS that operated in Germany.
Yeah, I don't think he thought that far ahead.
God.
Because I was sitting there going, oh, this is the guy responsible for vaporizing people in the catacombs of that castle. Well, not the
Yeah.
catacombs, the underside of that castle.
Trouble in Germany from the SS, eh?
Yeah,
Oh no!
against people hiding underground.
We've now made it to space Nazis.
Yes.
Well, hey, they had those back in Kirk's
Not there.
day.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes, but nice thing about space Nazis is you know who to punch.
Hell, they had space Nazis back during actual World War II. In Enterprise.
Oh, we
Okay,
had
I was about to
space
say,
Nazis at
would-
NASA for years.
Yeah, no, they were actually in different space programs because it was like, oh, they had the best scientists. Let's just come here, help us build this rocket. We know you sent one to London, so just help us send one to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned during the admins meeting a few days ago, that's what I'm writing my research paper this semester on. Like that exact thing.
Yes,
Space
Sending
Nazis?
rockets to London.
the SS. That
Uh,
exact
no.
thing.
No, the all the scientists that got brought over to America after World War II.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
Oh, yeah,
Favorite
that's all the-
episodes of TOS.
we're in an interesting situation.
And
Okay.
I'm back.
We got Clippy.
I
Yes,
had one ear in, so I was half hearing you guys.
yes, Paperclip. That was the name of the project that brought them all over to America. Operation Paperclip.
Brought them.
Oh, I thought Clippy was telling us that we had misspelled something.
I see you are trying to bring over some Nazi scientists to America. Would you like help with that?
Right. You know, Clippy's British.
So Efrix has been brought up to the ship. She has recovered Abernathy back to normal.
So stupid.
I forget where Throlic was up to. And I should indicate that
Throlic
a
was
certain.
with somebody.
No, Thornett was
I thought.
on the bridge.
Yeah,
oh, that's
she's
right.
holding.
Yeah, she's holding down the
Oh,
fort.
Yeah.
Woodra. Okay, good. Because for a second there, I thought you actually had the gall to name a planet Woohoo 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo.
And we have a shuttle named Runabout to Electric Boogaloo.
No, we don't. It never got delivered.
We're getting it. We're getting the shuttle. The GM finally saw that name in the roster last week.
or as some conversionists would pronounce it, Woololo. Narwini.
Well,
No.
that one just dropped.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, okay.
Haggard, I can kick him, right? No one's going to oppose me on that one.
Well,
Server ban.
Don't worry, I got it.
Yeah, 9 votes in the pocket right there.
Oh.
Hey,
Server, mute him.
there you go. Hi, Granny.
Wait, no, I haven't talked to
Maybe.
him. Apparently.
This is the problem with having so many admins.
Yes. So Efrix, you're able to treat Abernathy and revive her.
Yeah, we were gonna let her come to on her own
Right.
for best brain recalibration.
So she's still in unconscious mode.
We did our congratulatory doctor.
nurse.
Is there any actions Efrix wishes to do for her first 2-day period?
I mean, oh my gosh, Wolfgang asked me to contact the captain,
He did.
so that's probably the first thing on the list. Since I already have started talks with the medical department. No, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
Yep. The Committee of Xenomedicine, I believe. No, Committee of Medicine, I think it is.
Oof. Yep.
Wow.
Wait, do we need to vote on whether or not that's political? Sorry. Sorry.
We're good. Anyways.
That's an admin joke. All right.
It's okay. Half of us get it. Actually,
It's true.
almost all but two of
All
you
but
get
two.
it.
Okay. So I guess I'll just calm him. I don't know.
Okay. After a bit of calling around, Grennan is found stepping away from one of the Grennan, you are hailed from your ship as you are stepping out of your last range time with Senator Fiatless, and they're impressed at your martial ability with the sidearm that you are likely unfamiliar with.
Mm. Also, it was a sidearm given to me by the Quaqua.
Yep, the laser pistol.
Yes.
I should keep them on screen because you need to know who these people
Which
are.
might actually be, kind of a good talking point for what we're going to be trying to do.
Yes, exactly. There's a reason I used that and not just my regular phaser.
Are they senators or proconsuls?
Senators. There are no I don't believe there's any proconsuls that they have.
I thought that's who Grennan was talking with.
He was talking with Oh yeah, proconsuls are people who were consuls before.
Right.
So
Yeah,
yes, they are proconsuls.
Yep.
That's exactly what they are. In fact, I spoke with like the two biggest proconsuls, and both got, from one of them, I got some insider knowledge on how the Senate works. I got a couple tips on how to deal with them. And the other one, I actually I brute force managed to impress by being good with a gun.
Yeah, I read your log, and
Wait.
I may have squeaked a little bit when I figured out where the GM was getting his influence for their Senate.
Uh-oh.
But yes, Fleet Captain USS Kismet to Fleet Captain Grennan.
Fleet Captain Grennan here.
Thralic here. We have a communique from the Lieutenant Commander, Dr. Efrix, for you.
Very good. Patch it through.
Patching through now. Doctor, go ahead.
Captain,
Yes, Doctor.
just keeping you appraised of the situation, we had a bit of a medical emergency with Lieutenant Abernathy, but things seem to be smoothed over now.
Yes, I heard she had collapsed. Glad to hear that you brought the matter under control.
Yes, you'll be getting the report on that later. However, the gentleman that helped us become aware of the situation and made sure that she was taken to the appropriate doctor is a private citizen, human.
Human?
Actual human, yes. What's his full name, G? I'm sorry.
Wolfgang von Wartburg.
Mr. Wolfgang von Wartburg?
Have I heard that name before?
Insight, command, or con, difficulty of 2.
I'm gonna spend a momentum. And I'm gonna use command. And the only thing I could think of would be law, but I doubt it. It's okay if not.
I have to say no, yeah.
That's fine. That's the only thing I could think of. So yeah, just spending a momentum for their die. Okay. I get the momentum back.
Not human adjacent. Boop.
We've had several of those lately.
Okay, I get access to the the Fleet Wiki page. Yes, I vaguely recall the name, actually.
Interesting. He mentioned that he had some information for you, Captain. Sorry, Fleet Captain.
I see. Would he like to meet me on the Kismet, or will he be returning to the planet's surface?
Look over at Wolfgang. Do you have a preference of where you'd like to meet the captain?
At the captain's good discretion. I assumed he'd want to meet on the ship. If he wants to meet on planet, I don't mean meeting him down there.
He's leaving it to your discretion, Captain. If you have somewhere to meet on the planet, he's fine with that. Otherwise, he's also okay with waiting for you here.
I think I will come up to the ship.
Very well. I'll make sure that he's comfortable while he waits.
Good. The captain turns to Bonsab. Bonsab, make sure to hold down the fort down here while I'm away. Let me know of any developments that I should be made aware of.
And Botsab will nod and walk off like he knows where he is.
The captain taps his comm badge.
Sightseeing.
Captain taps his comm badge again. Fleet Captain Grennan to Kismet, 1 to beam up.
And the captain is beamed up to the ship.
I'm now gonna read this. I'm now gonna read this monster of a wiki page.
We'll kid in on what Captain Pend is up to, as he is meeting in one of the private homes of several generals and senior officers of the Woohoo Illuminated World Fleet.
Yeah, I think we were also affiliated with the Senate, I believe.
Yeah, there's some senators who are former officers, and then they brought along a couple of. Actually, I'll note that there's
Because I kind
at
of
least two senators, and then there's two officers that they have along with them, that they brought along with them to the meeting. There were others that were invited, but these two you've learned that these two were, instead of addressing like 10 of them, you were able to gather, you found two that were of particular influence.
Okay.
But they seem to bring on their own officers of some renown, which when you see them, you know them as officers who used to serve under, who currently still serve, but used to serve with the current senators. So, bit of nepotism there.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I think because I kind of glossed over it at the end of last session because I was so fucking tired. I was just trying to initially set up, say, getting them used to kind of bribery, such as like the Zirconian ale and treating them well, engrossing myself.
And they enjoy the drinks, and they chat amicably about various harmless things, and the occasional prodding question to test your military acumen, which you are able to prove because you've served and you've done some things, so you're trained, so you know a lot of what they're talking about. Until eventually you're able to get to a point where they don't just dominate the conversation, you're able to actually guide the conversation in a particular direction.
Well, is it all males, females, thems?
A mixture of males and females in the room.
Well, it's better to ask than just saying gentlemen.
Yeah.
Well, my esteemed colleagues of war, I assume you're sick of just asking questions, and I assume you would like some demonstration or test.
A demonstration, yes, that would be helpful, if nothing else. It's one thing for a single officer to be useful. It's another thing for a larger organization to be competent or proficient, even.
Well, we can make it fair. The four of you. I assume you are all competent officers in your day.
Yes. Competent, merely competent. And they all share a look at each other as if they say shit, which you've caught on that they're sharing a private joke that's psychically, and they laugh.
Well, we can, whatever test you'd like to come up with, it'd only be fair to keep the odds even, so the four of you versus myself should be adequate.
What are you suggesting?
Either hand-to-hand, weapons, ranged. We can test whatever you wish.
Good senior senator, I think my officer should be the one that tests them. No, mine has the traditional ways of the academy, unlike your upstart. No. We need to show this alien the more modern ways of the fleet. And they begin bickering.
My enlightened fellows, why not both?
They smile, they look at each other and nod, and they look at you. Very well. And they look at their military attaches as they back off to give a bit of room. The two senators kind of get a little more comfortable in their seats as you're standing in what amounts to a sitting room or parlor.
So, what is to be the game?
They reach at their belts and draw blades, which shimmer with a golden light.
Ooh, impressive.
Bladesmanship.
Unfortunately, I've only got this, and I'll pull out the matleth. And it's not really a sword, but it's more of a grooming utensil for such of shaving years off your lifespan.
Oh my god.
Very well. To the first blood, then.
I can talk shit.
Although
with
in
the
your
best of
case, since you decided to attack both of them, you'll have to get first blood. They'll stop once they've been drawn, and they'll retreat.
them. Very well. I wouldn't want to end this too quickly.
Well, don't mind the furniture. We can always buy new ones. And initiative. Not initiative. Sorry, other game.
Initiative.
God, they are Roman senators.
And you're in combat.
Awesome.
You two, fight to the death.
Fight this foreigner. Why? Because it will amuse us. That's why.
If that's the case, does anyone have a preference of who I go for first? Red or blue attaché?
Oh, I think you should pass.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't think that's going to be the option to go for.
Which one is the traditionally trained and which one is the upstart?
Traditional, upstart.
Yeah, okay.
I was
You choose,
so
Doc.
zoomed out I couldn't tell.
Blue is traditional, red is upstart.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll let you choose, Doc. Who should I go for first?
Oh gosh.
Remember, this could kill him if he gets this wrong. If you choose wrong.
No, I'll be fine.
I don't know.
I was about to say, if this is how Pin goes down, I will shit myself.
You're here for the live execution.
I mean, my first thought is that you probably can predict how the traditionally trained one is going to act. So it is, I don't know if it's better to wait and see how the other one responds or to just take them out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take him out. I'll go after.
Yeah.
I'll just go for the upstart. Fuck it.
Okay.
Up,
So you-
start, down, go.
You move forward. Minor, you move up. Main action, you swing to attack. It's an opposed control.
There.
Opposed daring security roll.
Hey, I'll take control if you're willing to get it for me.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Will you accept the focus of a sidearm because it's a
Yeah, you're
sidearm
not holding a big two-hand sword or anything. You're holding a sidearm blade.
I've just had to make sure to take off Comp 5 Task 5.
That is technically the term used for them before guns were invented, so...
Take 1 threat and 2 momentum.
Gonna spend that threat. Okay.
Going to do some
Penned.
re-rolling. Just wondering...
Does this count as diplomacy?
No.
For mission directive?
They get to reroll that 18.
Aggressive
They are in a blade.
negotiations.
They are in a melee combat.
Yeah, I'm just deciding whether I do the reroll first or do the determination and the reroll.
Ooh.
I'll do determination then reroll, because you need
Yeah.
determination either way.
Could I spend a stocked milestone instead of a determination?
From what episode?
I can't tell you what episode, but I know exactly what I've got different milestones for.
Okay. If there's one that applies to the situation.
Yeah, I've got 4 for negotiations, 1 for saving a life, and 1 for combat.
So, yeah, the one for combat will apply, yeah.
I'll reroll 3. I'll reroll 1. It's a tie. Succeed at comp?
Isn't this a melee attack?
Yeah.
Yep.
What
Melee
happens?
attack goes to the attacker, doesn't it? On a tie?
I don't remember.
I think because melee goes to someone on a tie automatically.
My rule of thumb's always been one side or the other does complication. By book,
That's
there's a line in the sand. But I like doing the comp because that lets you do it either way. Generally in the players, because I always let them go first on that. If you take the comp, you basically strike each other at the same time. You're basically sacrifice swinging, so you hit them and they're hitting you at the exact same time, in the hopes of doing more damage to them.
Okay. Sure. Why not?
Roll your damage. I'll roll mine.
I think this is right. 7. Yeah, that's right. And it's vicious. Huzzah! Do I want to reroll? Is the question.
Oh, I gotta check this weapon. I don't know if it has vicious or not. I don't think it does, off the top of my head.
Yeah, because I assume I've hit 5 after
Or 5.
resistance.
-1, yeah, because they'd have armor. Yeah, 5. That should cause an injury to them or draw blood, in effect. So that will force them to withdraw. Whether or not they did it to you at all is my question. Well, if you're at danger of it, I should say. They're using heavy blade. Yeah, it's vicious 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. 7 stress. Would you like to avoid injury?
I would.
I'll cost you 1 momentum and a threat, or 2 threat.
Do 1 each.
As they come dangerously close to cutting you, you can feel the heat coming off of the blade. But you manage to tag him first and draw blood from from the arm they were swinging their blade with. Kind of, you're still stressed out because that was really close.
Guys, Swift.
You can, yep, for 2 threat.
Yeah, go on. Might as well.
Are you sure you want to have a higher difficulty to hit against someone who's a trained swordsman?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I mean, why did you ask that question? It's penned.
That is banned.
So I'm not going to charge the next guy.
1 threat to change range.
No, I'm not going to change range.
Are you throwing your sword at him?
I am.
Oh,
God.
Sorry, I'll take that.
Oh God.
I'm literally going to give him a haircut with a little blood.
You're not in contact range with each other, so there's no penalty there. There's 1 penalty because of Swift, and there's 1 because you're improvising.
That's fine.
So you are throwing at base was 2 up to 4.
What, diff
So
4?
diff 4 control security.
See, that's why I'm going for this, because I have a much higher chance now.
God, you cheeky.
Sidearms again.
Yeah, actually. Oddly enough, this weapon is intended for that use. Semian.
Yeah. I'm going to roll 6
Cheeky
challenge
but valid
dice.
tactic.
Yeah. I mean, daggers are kind of meant to be.
You can have
Oh, you're
5
using the short
threats.
sword Deck Tang is the dagger.
Yeah, this is
Oh.
a sword, technically.
Yes, I'm throwing a sword at someone.
It's like you can throw these; they are kind of angled for that. They're just not. It's not ideal because they're a little heavy.
You're throwing it more like a throwing
Oh my
axe than
God,
a
Pet.
dagger.
I'm fine.
Oh,
I've got a
boy.
reroll.
A reroll?
Yeah.
It's been a day for 20s early, hasn't it?
That's 1 momentum generated. Yeah, and 1 complication left.
Would you take 1-on-1 to squash?
I would not.
Do you have a medal?
You would technically have 2 if you got that one from it, wouldn't you?
Well, the diff was 4.
Yeah, you'd have 2 momentum from that because you have one
No.
left on the table, don't you?
No.
No, that he just gained that.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a medal?
No, but I've got determination.
That'll do.
Can I use throw out the handbook instead of throwing out a sword?
Yeah, Starfleet really doesn't encourage you to throw swords at people you're trying to negotiate with.
Wow.
I wonder why.
Is it better or worse than throwing hands?
Damn it, Pend.
Wait. Complication. You clip one of the senators.
Oh God.
Myth, no.
I believe the complication stands.
But like I said, unless you're willing to take a threat and a momentum.
No.
Oh.
Roll damage. You did hit them. It's just a complication, that's all.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold on. My complication might have just became irrelevant.
just kill them.
Well, considering I just said I threw it out to give him a haircut, I'm thinking I just threw a sword into a woohooian's head.
Yeah, it kind of shunks right into their head and they flop over to the ground.
Ha!
Damn
Aw.
it, Pend!
Damn it,
Oh.
Pend!
No.
He's fine. It's a flesh wound.
I moved them over here because I can't manipulate it while it's over there. There we go.
Uh-oh.
I cut him in twain. Non-lethally.
What do you do? The senators look at you. They look at the guy who backed off, who I'll take the X off of because they're not down. They just backed off from the fight. You get one action before they do. In case you're wondering, wounds are blue, bleed red.
Interesting.
God damn it.
Especially profusely when it's the head, because a lot of blood up there. Anyway.
I mean, I have used the determination in the past to save someone from dying. I could attempt to stop them from dying.
You can attempt emergency first aid, yeah.
And what's that roll?
God.
That would be before you do it, because you get to know the difficulty before you attempt it.
What's the difficulty of a sword in head?
Ew.
You don't-
It's the future.
You don't have a med kit, and this person is dying. Carrying medicine difficulty 4.
That is not a good roll.
No, I imagine it's not.
And
Is that a straight 10 for you?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, Pend.
Do you have a milestone?
I do have a milestone.
Ah.
And one for there's a medkit in the room. Question mark.
Oh yeah, that's possible. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
What was the question?
1 and 1 for there's a medkit in the room.
Yeah, you could do that.
So Pen, you've got an option.
Yeah, sure. 1-on-1 for a medkit.
You spot what you've seen before and identified as a med kit, which will bring the which if you use it will bring the difficulty down to 3.
Sure, I'll take that. I would like to spend a milestone for when I saved Mirror Efrix.
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
correct.
Correct. Yeah.
You won't get an argument from me. She's evil.
Focus of survival, because if I don't do this, he's not going to survive.
Add complication.
Focus
You
of
might not
SAS.
survive if you don't do
I
that.
almost spit my drink all over my computer. God damn it.
Your medicine is only 2.
Yes. Focus
I
of
mean, that's better
sidearms.
than the rest of y'all.
I'm trying to remove a sidearm from his head.
It may be a complication just as much, really.
I think I'll go survival because it makes more sense. Oh shit.
Oh my god, Pen.
I'll spend a threat just for a third die because
Are you going for rerolls or get a straight 2 successes?
I've got 2 successes. I just need to hit 1 in 3 dice.
Then you have to give him 2 threat.
Oh yeah, so I'll take 2 threat then.
I'll spend those up to comp by 1.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Hey,
Hey!
bad lad.
oh my god.
The madman.
So
How?
Oh my god.
So gentlemen, even though I clearly maybe shaved a bit too much off, he'll be fine.
Maybe you could spend 2 more to create an advantage, because I think you're gonna need it.
Yeah, can I spend 1 on 1 to create the advantage of they're actually impressed?
Wait, you spent a determination to get a.
Oh shit, I did.
Yeah,
So
you got
that-
a lot,
you got a lot of
successes
momentum
out of that.
Yeah, so you can spend that 2 to just straight create an advantage.
Yeah.
You got 3 momentum from that, yeah.
Okay, I'll make the roll instead.
Want to spend any momentum to?
No, I'm a bold guy for
Commander, God.
God.
Oh my god.
Yep, so I'll spend
Oh.
1 threat for the third die. Poker face.
Yeah.
It's always what I intended to do.
I knew the Medkit was here and I could save his life.
Good.
Can we traditionally engage the upstart, then upstart engage the traditionalist? He was like, I could put you in both styles.
Hey, to be fair, I did say it was good at shaving off years of a life.
Given that you did not intentionally mean to injure my officer, I will not call a duel of assassins upon you, but just the once. This one, the other one is grinning and whispers to the other one, and they chuckle quietly with a glare from the other senator, who then looks back to you, trying to pretend that he's ignoring him, but he can't really. Because they're right in the same room and you can hear them and feel their emotions.
Well, I assume you all can attest now that I'm relatively qualified to speak on subjects of war and killing. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say so, yes. I'm not so sure my fellow senator would, but I certainly would. You do. Gives her a look and then looks back at you.
Well, luckily after our young friend here receives more comprehensive treatment, I do have something I wish to discuss with both of you, if possible.
You have the floor, Captain. Without so much as a word or a glance, some other person step into the room and start dragging the officer out into a different room.
Just ignore the bloodstains.
Oh, someone starts wiping it up with a handheld, like, it looks like a phaser, but it's low powered and it's scrubbing the floor clean. As they back away and scrub behind as they leave.
So, the reason why I'm meeting with such enlightened ones as yourself, with military background, is for the fact of, surely you must understand, using super weapons is, I wouldn't say idiotic, but not the wisest decision. You would agree?
They look at each other. They look at you.
See, I understand warfare as much as the next person. Well, as you can see, I'm quite good at it. But once you start escalating things up to a certain level, there is no going back.
In the traditional arts of warfare, one wishes to account for the enemy's force with equal and ideally superior force. These Chigoans are willing to wipe out whole stars and leap across our illumination in their efforts to thieve that which is not theirs. What we do in comparison to them is, if anything, of equal or less force than they are willing to use. For we do not wish wholesale destruction of peoples and planets and animals for profit.
I agree that you may or may not have the same purpose. I cannot discern that over such short a period. But I am willing to share with you a secret about our involvement, if you will. That if they do not remove their super weapons and disarm them, our Federation will be forced to step in. We do not wish to, but if they continue, we will. The last thing we want is devastating weapons on our border. And as much as I hate to say it, if you continue to use yours as well, we may be forced into, well, becoming a bit more aggressive.
The lady senator and her officer stand up and storm out of the room without a word. You'll have to forgive my colleague.
I take no
Traditionally,
offense.
one would strike down anyone who'd be a threat to the illuminated worlds. The fact that I haven't challenged you such... We did have a brief conversation about the topic of whether or not you should leave this room with what you just said. However, I recognize that you are willing to take a more measured approach. You are not merely going to attack us, you are trying to ask us to cease our usage in the hopes of stopping them from using theirs as well. If you can stop these Chigoans from the path of destruction, you'll have many votes in the Senate that would approve such a plan. I don't know if all, he glances again where the other senator left, for I cannot attest for the entirety of the Senate.
I understand, and do know that we have a meeting with the Chigoans at a later date for this very discussion. Again, if they do not agree to disarm, the Federation will be forced to interject. That's just for their situation. All I'm trying to do is give you a warning of the opposite reaction. If you continue, and even if they stop, we would then be forced to, again, interject. That's something we do not wish to do.
One military officer to another, he shrugs. There's a significant amount of the Senate and the military arms that would see such a thing as a welcome challenge for the officers of the realm. There are many of us who simply wish the threat to be dealt with, however it's dealt with. Now, you've convinced me of your intentions, and I can sense that you have no ulterior motive to interject yourself, willingly or not, into our affairs. You would rather not, given the choice. That's some of us. But convincing the others that you are not here to steal the glory or flexing your military might in the face of the illuminated worlds, that is a different argument one must prevail upon. Or you must prevail upon the consuls on your point. Or even the proconsuls, for that matter.
Well, I do have an idea for that, but I may require your assistance in gaining as many attendants to a little showing as possible.
What sort of showing?
One
A
that...
demonstration of swordsmanship won't be enough to impress many senators.
Don't worry, there'll be no deaths or nearly deaths at this one. This will be a true demonstration of what war truly is. And the horrors thereof.
Be wary of presuming we don't know the cost of war. We have been fighting the Chigoan concern for centuries. This is just the largest threat they've ever presented to us since our revolution.
Oh, I do not presume you do not know war. If you didn't, you wouldn't have a standing military. All I would like to offer is a different perspective, one of different galactic powers. We've had conflicts with many different species.
I can arrange for a guest lecture series at the military academy. You'll mainly be speaking to those of the proper school of warfare, but should the argument be strong enough, robust enough, it will carry across the world, especially with so many senators and officers here on planet. Whether it will not dampen out across distance will depend on your argument and your evidence to the effect. That is the most I can tell you, and I get the feeling that my colleague has no interest in, or her friends will want to speak with you until the next Senate meeting.
That is understandable, and all that you can do will be much appreciated. I thank you.
Captain?
General.
And you are led out of the private domicile.
GM, could I spend 2 momentum to create certain things?
Depends.
Stuff I sent you in the message.
Oh, I did.
Orla's trying to say, yeah,
Oh.
no, you can fight, but we fought on a scale far larger than you've ever seen. Is that what your argument is here, Pinned?
For 1 momentum, yeah, you could have that whipped up.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's you. Actually, to settle that meeting down, it will, with the help of that general, it will be a presence plus security or command difficulty of. It's going to be opposed because the other person's going to try to shut down your lecture before it even happens.
That's fair. I'll go present security.
Is it this person or this person? It's this person. And they're using this plus that. Does their special rules apply? In this case, it's not really. So it's just their focus. Is a value going to come into it? Probably not. They're not doing anything they really don't like. So, yep.
Would you accept team dynamics? I'm working with the general to set up a...
Yeah. I'd take it.
1 threat and 2 momentum.
Spending that threat and 2 more threat.
This has been a dodgy night for my rolls.
Mhm.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Actually, that's not happening right now. So is that out of 2?
Seems like I'm burning all my milestones tonight, guys.
4 hits.
Would you allow me to spend one of my previous milestones of trying to dissuade war and violence? Because that's kind of what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'll reroll 1. That's 4 hits. Do I want to spend another milestone? Because that's all I've got left for this type of roll now.
4 hits is a tie currently.
Yeah, but I want to win. I'm going to spend another milestone to roll 2. They're all for the exact same thing, and I've got 3 left.
Yeah.
God damn! Okay, I'll do it again.
Epic lecture planning time. Go.
God damn! Screw it. I'll spend my last one just to roll the 1.
Screw it. Fine, I'll start with a joke.
Sounds like something that I should be doing.
Oh god.
Spending all my.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Pinned.
Penned.
I blame
Dude.
Carter. He used up all the luck.
Dude.
I don't know about that. Pinned saved a guy from having a sword in his head.
He also
Yeah,
put it
Fair
there.
point.
So it's still 4, but now with a complication. Fuck me. What is with these rolls?
Yeah.
Any other rerolls you wish to invoke or can invoke?
Got any medals?
No, the only other medal I've got is for when I direct someone.
In this case, you can succeed at cost, but your life may be imperiled.
What else is new?
Yeah, really.
See, I'm thinking yes, but I want to try something else first.
Okay.
Can I burn a value?
Depends on the value and why you're burning it.
It depends, huh?
I know.
Uh,
I know.
Uh,
I blame.
Can I burn throughout the handbook and wrote my own?
In the vein that you're trying to adhere to the traditions of the academy, and you're trying to stay color well within the lines of how the woohoo do things here. It's like, it's not the way I would do it, but I'm doing. There's a certain way that the general goes. No. If you do this and this, I know it's boring and annoying, but you'll get more respect that way.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that is crossed off. What are you spending toward?
when shit goes wrong, figure it out.
Yep. Somehow that applies. I'm not sure why. Oh,
It only took how many fucking milestones and determinations for that?
wait. Oh, you silly thing. Hold on. I have to fix something. I broke something while I was doing something. Do. There. Fixed it. I'll fix the other thing later. Do. Oh, there you go. Yes. So with that, you will be able to organize with the assistance of the general. And one, a couple things he tells you is that you should dress in your finest uniform. If you have some sort of dress or ceremonial uniform, you should wear it. You should also wear any decorations or medals you have. And you should openly be presenting your weapons. So as you already are, like your pistol and your blade, make sure they're prominent.
Should I keep the woohoo blood on it?
You should probably clean that off as much as the young people would appreciate it. The older officers would find it a bit distasteful to walk in with a dried, bloody blade into a lecture hall.
The fact that our dress uniforms are white in contrast to their black ones.
God, that was such a clusterfuck.
And Fleet Captain Grennan, you are aboard the Kismet.
I feel like Pend is up to some whack bullshit. Yes. Okay. So, is my mic not? My mic is on.
It is.
Okay. Great. I will meet Wartburg in my ready room. Mr. von Wartburg.
Yeah. Fleet Captain.
I must say, I was not expecting to meet you out here.
Well, we have met at least once before. Many months ago.
No, I'm aware. I mean, I was not expecting to see you here at Wudra.
That's true. You likely weren't expecting that.
Much less for you to arrive on my ship with an unconscious crew member in tow. I'd like to thank you again for helping in her receiving of medical attention.
When someone's in medical distress, it is the duty of the able to assist.
Good. Now, you wanted to speak with me.
Yes, your life is in danger.
Yeah.
It has come to my attention that certain segments of the woohoo polity view you as a outsider interloper seeking to undermine the might and majesty of the illuminated worlds. A de-illuminated, a benighted Zolomani who is interfering in matters he cannot possibly understand. In the local terms, they're calling you a backwards, rural idiot. Playing with daddy's gun, to put it that way.
Great.
And to some degree, they're half right. Now, before you get angry about that, you don't know entirely what's been going on, and that's fair. You haven't been here for the last few years. You are likely aware, actually I'm pretty sure you're aware, that there is a very militant expansionist arm in this Senate that wishes to stretch the arms of illumination upon all worlds.
Grennan looks down at the laser pistol at his hip, and he says, I am aware of that.
Well, that particular faction views you as a threat that must be eliminated before you stand before the consuls, for you and your crew seem to be quite unconventionally persistent, I think is the polite way to put it.
Why is it that whenever I'm set to go for any kind of council, I'm a target of assassination attempts?
You're a Starfleet officer.
Likes you.
Right, but I mean, it's almost every time.
Well, you could go to
Captain.
Starbase duty. I hear they're not in danger that often.
I did that for almost my entire career until I got assigned to the Kismet. I've had enough Starbase experience to last me a career.
Besides, it's the exciting first contacts that get you medals and promotions, fleet captain.
Brennan's just sort of squints at him, and he feels like Wartburg is judging him.
Oh, he is.
Of course. Well, I appreciate you telling me that I'm in danger, but I have to ask why.
You are a threat to a political...
No. Why would you tell me?
Because I am able and see someone in distress.
Maybe it's time that I start believing in the altruism of others again.
And perhaps you should believe that despite the name and the uniform, the Midnight Watch doesn't want you all dead. No matter the crimes of your fellow officers.
I'm afraid you're going to need to elaborate.
If you wish more information, you'll need to contact your station. I believe someone there has arrived that could, he smiles, illuminate you on the subject.
Well, I've heard the word illuminate enough times in the past week.
Well, don't worry. Half the snacks are named it, too.
Well, I'm going to have to start preparing myself then. I'm going to need to start traveling with security detail.
Keep in mind there, Fleet Captain, that anyone you bring with you is in as much peril as you are. Grenades are still very much a thing here.
For the EUD expert.
And not just here. Grenades are a thing everywhere. People love them.
Of course, an attack on a single officer is a lot easier to cover up than the murder of an entire Starfleet diplomatic team.
Arguably, but I can see your point. Safety in numbers, after all. Subordinates are, if nothing else, there to protect their captain.
Again, he gets the feeling that Wartburg is just judging him super hard.
Insight command difficulty 2.
Hang on. Come on. There we go. Gonna spend a momentum.
Okay.
Just for the third die. Okay. Get the momentum back.
He's judging you, but it's more like he's testing you. He's not actually weighing on one way or the other. It's more it's almost like he has an invisible scale in his head, and he's testing the calibration and testing the weights out, seeing which way you put weights down. Okay.
I think first question I have is, because I have a free momentum.
Mm-hmm.
What is he looking for?
to see if you. These are the questions one would ask at the academy about a prospective command level officer. This is
Okay.
an instructor looking at a student and seeing if they measure up to what the Starfleet requires of them.
Okay. And I will spend that momentum I got back. One further question.
Mhm.
How am I coming across to him so far?
That's a good question. How to phrase it?
Flat F.
Like a bitch.
He's not impressed, but he's not disdainful either. It's you're at the expected level of an officer of your rank,
Mhm.
which isn't great, but it's not bad either. It's not like you're unbecoming a captain. It's like, no, that tracks. This is what a fleet captain would probably do in this scenario. I wouldn't do it, but this guy would, and that works. He's supposed to do that.
Well, Mr. Wartburg, I have to be honest, I am familiar with you. I'm familiar more or less with your record.
Yeah.
And
No, go on, fleet captain.
and I understand you must have concerns about me, as you rightly should. But I trust in my crew to help me get through this, and I trust in my abilities to work with the woohoo. As long as my crew is able to see me through it. And I have stood before a Klingon court ready to chop my head off at the slightest provocation, and came out clean the other side. So if I can do that, I think I can. I think I can talk down the woohoo.
You do what you will, fleet captain. I will do what I will.
Anyhow, thank you for the friendly advice. And I will reach out to DSE at my earliest convenience.
I would request then a transport back to the planet then.
Very good. Captain Grennan taps his comm badge. Grennan to bridge.
Bridge here, go ahead.
Civilian Mr. Wartburg will be departing soon. See to it that a transport to the planet's surface is arranged for him to whatever coordinates he requests.
Sir.
I'll see you around, Mr. Wartburg.
Just Wolfgang is fine, fleet captain.
All right, Wolfgang.
Oh, and if you're wondering what it is I was looking for, I was looking to see if you're the sort of captain who is more of had a bit of a mean right hook about him, but you have different talents, and there's nothing wrong with that, no matter what anyone tells you. And he walks out of the room.
That is the other captain. So
At the same time, cut to Pin throwing a sword.
Oh,
God. So once Wartburg leaves, Grennan's actually going to try and reach out to DSE.
He's trying to reach out to you, so.
Oh.
Before we cut to that, Efrix, is there anything you wish to do for a 2-day period? As you've learned that the captain has made contact with Wolfgang, and Wolfgang has subsequently left the ship.
Okay.
Oh, I'll be right back. Hang on a second.
Do I go check on the person who previously had a sword in his head?
So do you alert me? I assume that they probably want them treated by their own doctors.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably would have let the doctor know that I maybe accidentally stabbed someone through the head with a sword.
I might go talk to my medical contact just to like make sure there's nothing I need to smooth over there.
Given the injury, the Senator CLFC would actually recommend that you go to the local military hospital and assist with the treatment of the patient. If nothing else, I mean, it's not entirely necessary,
Yeah.
but it looks better if one of your officers is seen taking some level of
An
accountability
interest,
above and
yeah.
beyond what first aid.
Yeah. Plus, it
Go
offers
ahead.
me a chance to make friends with the military doctors, which I haven't done yet. Gives me a reason to go there. So, yeah.
Give me presence medicine
Oh,
difficulty of 4 to not
Ooh.
only get them to take you seriously as a doctor, but also for them to not basically shove you in a office somewhere. Go, hey, you could read these manuals on how to be a doctor.
Mm,
It's like,
Got
no,
it.
guys, I know what I'm doing.
got
I
it.
know what a laser scalpel is. For the love of, I don't use leeches. I
Okay.
swear.
So, a couple things.
Mhm.
Woohoo medical liaison is a trait I have.
So that will bring it down because you're known for that.
I'm back.
What all do I got? I'll put it in my actual traits. Did I put it in the notes? Where did I put it?
I don't know. Where is that android?
God, I just think that conversation between Penn and Efrix would be funny.
My God. You did what?
I mean, say military exercise, and I may have accidentally thrown a Maclef through his head.
How did doctor presence? How
No,
did you?
I just bandaged him up, set him on his way.
You stabilized him.
Why does he sound surprised?
And medicine is not really your strong suit.
After you learn how to put enough holes and wounds in people, you kind of figure out how to seal them up as well.
I don't know. I remember the last time you had a bunch of holes and you didn't do a very good job of patching yourself up.
Nah.
I did well enough to get back to a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for someone with a hole in his head, he's doing remarkably well. So I'm taking that as a win.
Yeah, I'm not knocking it. I'm impressed. Okay. I think that's it. I thought I had something else, but I think that's novel. I think that wound up being the novel trauma.
Yeah.
Specialist. Okay. Which is, I mean, not applicable here. Okay. They don't care what I'm known for in Starfleet.
Besides, that's Starfleet, not a real Navy.
Yeah. According to them. Also, I'm some kind of weird alien they've never met.
You're not Soleimani. You're not having that penalty thrown at you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a penalty?
Yeah.
Xeno.
It's those backwater humans. You know, the lesser ones that aren't psychic.
I mean, I'm not psychic.
Yeah, but you're not human. You have an excuse.
Xenobiology
Yes.
and/or emergency medicine, just to like flash my knowledge of shit.
Yeah, similar idea, especially given this why you're coming.
Wait, you're telling me you haven't got a focus in swords to the head?
No.
Very specific focus.
Strangely enough.
Decorations.
Impalement trauma specialist. Oh.
Yeah. Well, this is just to convince them to let me help at all.
Yeah.
This is just to prove that I am, in fact, a doctor. Cautious. Anyone for cautious? Hey. You said presence medicine, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
Gain 2 momentum.
It's like I'm a CMO or something.
And over the days, you are able to once you get in there, it becomes a lot of. They actually seem to have a pretty good idea, and between you, imagine one of your roles, except there's like 3 of you,
Yeah.
and an advanced med bay, and support staff, and a medical team. It becomes a
Yeah.
very trivial matter, but you get to learn a lot from their. You do learn that a lot of their knowledge of medicine is very similar to yours. It's very Woodruff. It's very human focused. But they
Mhm.
are familiar with aliens like Klingon. You've learned that they are familiar with Klingons, with the Quaqua species. There's at least 3 of them. Chigoans, and some of they are tangentially aware of Federation medical science only because of your recent medical connection, because they're getting bits and pieces of that information.
I mean, there's the basic package that I was able to give them, and then there's going to be more shared over time once we approve that. We have to wait for Brass to get involved, but yeah.
Yeah. Technologically, though, they do have the means to resurrect someone who has, as long as they can get the remains of the person, like say someone's even vaporized, if they can still get the remains, they can still resuscitate someone for up to 24 hours. They have the means to do that. So
Whoa.
this injury to them wasn't all. They weren't there. There's no great urgency. It's just we'll just treat it, make sure there's no scarring, and take our time about it. Whereas you're thinking, oh god, we have like 5 minutes. This guy might die. No, he's stable. We can do this for days. It's fine. Like, really? That you can just do that?
Okay, me intrigued.
I think Starfleet has like a. They addressed this on an episode of Voyager. There was a number of hours. I just don't remember what it was.
I think it was days.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of time before the brain just necrotizes, and it's like it doesn't matter what we do. The brain's there's no brain left, and we can't reconstruct brains
Yet.
We're working on it.
It was one of the Borg episodes, because the Borg were able to resuscitate drones that have been dead for like a week or something.
Yeah.
They're drones.
Yeah, they don't need their own brain.
And as such, you've also impressed upon if nothing else, even if you weren't instrumental in saving this person because they didn't really need your presence.
Yeah, they didn't.
The fact that you're there helps out a lot. You also learned that a lot of this technology, they are very familiar with more emergency medicine and trauma medicine than they are with diseases. That seems to be a thing they don't run into very often. That's not a thing that's common in their species.
Interesting. From me, the immunologist. Why are these humans so resilient?
Give them the Betazoid disease, see what happens.
No, I am not giving them the Betazoid disease.
Oh no.
No.
New scene as Lieutenant Commander Myth and Lieutenant Wright. And you actually called the engineer as well, Vada.
Vada's somewhere on the station to establish a secure connection.
Okay, so they're somewhere
Need
else.
to specifically be in the room, I don't believe.
I'll just note that they're present on the station.
In the room where... Sorry.
Me stealing one of Myth's crew support.
Yeah.
Wow, Haggard's looking pretty spry for being like, what, 120 something, 130?
130.
It's come a long way.
It's classified.
It's classified.
Yeah.
So, Lieutenant Wright meets you, Myth, at the door to Varder's office.
You'd look that good too if you had Robert Redford face.
Lieutenant Commander?
Lieutenant.
And she kind of steps back to let you step in first.
Buzz the door.
Ping.
Come in.
Step inside. Lieutenant attention. Admiral.
Lieutenant Charlotte Wright reporting as ordered, sir.
Commander,
Admiral?
Lieutenant, stand at ease.
It imperceptibly shifts.
As I've already told Commander Varder, I'm not here to take over the station or go on any boring inspection tour. Unfortunately, I've come with much more concerning information. I believe that there are forces within Starfleet and the Federation that do not want the peace efforts that Fleet Captain Grinnan has been pursuing in this region of space to succeed. Lieutenant Commander Varder and I believe that the leading edge of those forces are currently on their way here. And I kind of gestured to Varder to fill him in.
Those two vessels approaching us presently are the USS Vindicator and the USS Astral. I believe the Admiral got their staff, or their command staff names. Did you, actually? I think you did.
No, you got the names of certain passengers.
Oh, you got the name of the... You pointed out. Oh, so the commanders are passengers on the ship. Oh, that makes it even worse. Okay. Never mind. Ignore that last bit. So we've got the USS Vindicator and the USS Astral under the command of a Fleet Captain Aidan Holbuck on a separate vessel will be arriving later. His listed objective as part of the 21st Special Security Squadron is to investigate non-Federation secret societies.
I see.
Oh, that's
At
great.
least that's his official purpose here. He is related to and connected to Admiral Layton and his coup on Earth, or attempted coup on Earth, back before the Dominion War started, but was at that time acquitted of all charges. Our Orion quartermaster, or the immediate superior that was scheduled to arrive here within the next couple of days, is aboard one of these vessels.
It's worth pointing out that, according to my sources, the reason that Holbach managed to escape prosecution for his part in Layton's coup was his betrayal of a group of compatriots, a group of more than likely psionically powerful people working within Starfleet and the Federation. That's more me putting pieces together than it is facts that I have on hand. But if they weren't psionic themselves, they were at least part of an early form of an organization that is seeking out such entities and species in various parts of our galaxy.
Wright looks over at Myth and at Varder and then looks back at the Admiral. She shifts uncomfortably where she's standing, but otherwise stays silent.
It's like, we all happen to know very well what organization we're talking about.
Does Haggard... Either does Haggard know that these officers have a connection to Wolfgang's group, or can he kind of get that sense from them with their reaction as he's talking at them?
I think officially it was recorded that that some of you are agents. Is that a thing? I don't know if that was officially recorded in the Kismet record.
Not
a
from
Pence thing. Or Captain thing. Like, Varder hasn't reported that he himself is, because that's kind of like, come kill me, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Myth's kept it secret. Wright's has only told Varder and Independent or Grennan outed them.
So have you outed us?
Me?
Yes.
I don't think I I have.
In that event, it'd be insight security for you, or command for you, Haggard, and it would be opposed by at least one by at least one of the people present to kind of keep a stone face and like, I'm not going to react.
It's not really worth all that.
Okay.
You know, I can tell they're a little.
At least right.
Well,
obviously.
well,
It is.
Right. Yeah.
The android does not look visibly perturbed.
Barter is very used to just don't react to things because that's how they'll get you. That's how they drag you out to a mine and shoot you.
In any event,
Pen, till my
Just give me a second.
And doesn't the station help?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Determination, I am the Lord Engineer to reroll.
I love that determination.
It's such a good value.
There you go, that's 5.
Okay.
That'll be a fun roll to do later. Anyway.
Anyway, so Haggard will say, in any event, it is my firm belief over decades of knowledge of a particular group and the civilian Federation personnel who make up the primary drivers of its mission, that this group is working for the ultimate good of the Federation as a whole and the species it's encountered. It has, in the past, been at least indirectly and occasionally directly responsible for the survival of psychically talented species in the face of aggression by other polities and by, to be frank, Starfleet and Federation misunderstandings.
I believe we've encountered the group you talk about. At least I myself and Myth personally. We had involved in the Calcutt situation, which I believe you would have clearance for as
Indeed.
an admiral. I was thinking about it. We have referenced the Midnight Watch throughout the entire Calcutt arc as being present, just not that we were part of it. So
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
With our
we know about the
investigations in
watch.
Germany.
Yeah, we did. We did ambush Adler in Germany.
Of course you did. So the Vindicator, the Astral, are coming with this Orion syndicate captain, as well as some very high-ranked Starfleet security officers, special security officers, with this fleet captain Holbeck backing them up. It's my belief that this is a direct move to attempt to scuttle the peace initiatives in this region of space. Furthermore, and I know this might be difficult to believe, but I believe that Captain Holbeck and his officers will not hesitate to fire on Federation ships and star bases and fellow officers if they think it serves their purpose. While the people at the tops of these kind of things, like Holbeck, may well know the real reasons they're operating, many of their subordinates may genuinely feel that they're doing what is best for the Federation in spite of all odds. Nonetheless, it puts us in a difficult situation. I have word that a Woohoo ambassador or peace delegate will be arriving on this station at some point, and that their actions will appear to be completely legal and within the chain of command as they attempt to detain, assassinate, or otherwise remove this Woohoo delegate, thereby plunging the entire system and perhaps the Federation itself into war. Right now, I am hoping to serve as a. Oh my God, that's a lot of threat. As an ace in the sleeve, up the sleeve, as it were, because frankly, I rank
Trying to break the encryption.
Holbeck.
I think they might have actually done it.
Don't worry about it. And also, for all of her age, the Argo's not to be discounted in a fight. Should it come to that.
Well, no, I've seen plenty of good come out from
Oh no.
old ships. Anyway, with the suggested angle of this special security forces investigation, I would assume they're going to try and indict the Woohoo ambassador in some kind of non-Federation secret society. That would be a quick way to do it, at least. My hope is that once they arrive, I'll be able to continue out my investigation and resolve it regarding the Orions, who they may well be affiliated with, and in the process of catch them out, shall we say.
I'm thinking your quartermaster has cut a deal with Holbeck by informing him all about the Woohoo and their weapons and their power. As an apparent offshoot of humanity, they fall right under his purview. And if he can cause a war, he can really try and take care of
It'd be good for business, in other words.
these people.
To that end, actually, GM, if I can go and falsify those security or intelligence reports I have on the measures we currently have in place to catch the Orion, as a we've had to change these. Oh no! Ha 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 ha! Yeah, I figured it would be opposed.
As you begin typing away, computers plus security for the station assisting you.
Yeah, guerrilla warfare for misinformation.
Mhm.
Here's the incorrect plan.
Whoops, we accidentally implemented it. No.
3 threat?
Huh? No. 4 threat.
Well, that'll do.
Charlotte's Web. Anyway, well, that's the wrong movie. Never mind.
Go away.
That'll do, Bajoran. That'll do.
Hey.
Let's see. That's not applicable yet. This, no, this plus this, plus how many dice. You're not that suspicious of what's going on, but you'll try a little bit. You're not that worried about it.
Benefit of not knowing that I looked into them is becoming apparent.
For real.
I had 7 hits, so that's 4.
Red kind of looks at her pad that starts beeping at her. She starts tapping at it. Oh, I understand, sir. Puts her pad away.
No, this is more to keep you informed. There's going to be, or at least suspected to be, some underhanded tactics going around. And you are both the commanding officers of relevant vessels and stations here.
So we're gonna let them on the station and try to trap them here?
We have no legal reason to deny them access other than a rumor. And that won't exactly hold up to that or any other admiral. Yeah. our command, or whomever is in command of the 21st.
Indeed.
Actually,
Do we have any further information on the 21st in regards to their orders or their chain of command?
I've only briefly looked into them. I haven't gone overly in depth at this point. I know that they're the 21st. I don't know what fleet they're from, or if they are from a fleet. They could be Starfleet security vessels pulled from various places and just sent as a squadron for a purpose. I believe that'd be independent squadron.
Yeah, GM, can Haggard try to pull up any, log of ship movements and orders that are maybe coming down towards Holbeck and who they're coming from? Or failing that, see if I can tell if his movements are, especially of this little squadron he's put together, are on Starfleet's radar, or if he's operating a little bit beyond the bounds.
Actually, sorry. Not control. That'd be reason, not control.
Reason, Commander Khan.
Yep. Because you're researching. I just realized it's research. The reason that they use them.
All right. Don't really have a focus that will.
I can assist.
Here. Sure.
Yeah, I've got to focus in research.
Hey, you're awesome.
Yeah.
And I've got
Also,
a bold in command.
Real good at reason rolls. Don't worry about it.
In fact, as an android, she gets success on reason.
I get a free success on any reason roll.
With that
is
talent.
With
crazy
that
cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll give you a threat to activate bold and get a third die. And then I'll just roll those 3. Reason command. Reroll 1. Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Are we rolling like
So it's
the
not
enemy?
just me.
Well, that's
Oh
one for me.
gosh.
That's 2.
Okay, so
What
let
did
me
we need?
see.
You needed 3.
I mean, are we just destined to not get this peace treaty to happen?
Hold on. Let's see. What can we do here?
Pray.
Uh-huh.
I'll use a determination to reroll 2.
I have a question, GM. Can I use the trait analytical to lower the difficulty by 1?
If you had more time, yes. Oh, you're a
Alright.
bloody android. Never mind. Yeah.
I have all the time in the world.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll use the we'll use the Legion of Honor to ignore that complication.
Yep. I know I sound disappointed. It's just funny why I'm like, I can't think of any good reason to oppose that. That hits exactly what I'm worried about. Never mind.
You
I used
are
to think
exactly.
of ways to complicate things. Like, aha, I made it hard because of this. Like, oh wait, there's no real good reason to make it harder. Never mind.
Yeah.
But yes, between as Haggard looks into it, and anyone who would look into why Admiral Haggard's looking into it and be like, why is some officer acting all suspicious? Looking into it, oh, it's Admiral Haggard looking into it. Just leave it alone, guys. But
He's
no,
always reading crap.
he's always reading stuff, and it's probably a good reason he's doing it. Leave it alone, guys. Unless he's like looking up how to blow up Earth, don't worry about it. And even then, you might want to give him a little arm room.
Even then, you need to check what timeline you're in.
Yeah. And Myth, with your analytical mind, if you instead of it taking days to figure this out, it takes you mere minutes. Between the two of you, you're able to discern. What precisely were you looking into about them? I want to make sure I'm answering you correctly.
I'm basically trying to figure out if Holbeck is doing this operation on his own, or if he's acting on orders from further up the chain, and if I could tell that, and if so, where this push might be coming from in
Yeah,
the
we're trying to get the origin point.
This
Yeah.
person is acting under their authority regarding a ongoing investigation. Their immediate superior would be the Admiral of Starfleet Security, so the flag officer of the security
Right.
department. But largely, the Admiral doesn't. It's like the director of FBI doesn't look into every single special agent's case.
Right.
They could if they want to. They could go, hey, so what are you doing over there? Or, hey, could you hurry up with that thing? It's actually becoming important. This seems to be a fleet captain initiative. They're doing something under the purview, under the auspice of their squadron's initiative. They're not really part of a fleet per se, because again, they're a special service type squadron where it's like they were formed up around the fleet captain, and they kind of take what ships they think they need, and then they charge off to try to deal with a security threat.
Similar to Tiger Squadron.
So Tiger Squadron is actually attached to 10th Fleet.
You have a limited AO as well. I don't know what investigation that is, and I'm curious, but also horrified.
Oh, into the presence of it would actually say it would be into the presence of the Midnight Watch, and their infiltration therein of Woohoo Society and Tiger Squadron.
Infiltration like they're an illegal organization.
Yeah.
Oh, they're non-federational secret societies, so they have to be investigated in case they're a threat to the Federation.
Hey, Mr. Illuminati.
X-Files
They're
thing.
non-federational because of his actions.
Yeah.
Really? Do tell.
If your former comments on the nature of the fleet captain's actions in Germany are correct, I suspect he is directly responsible for the Midnight's Watch choice to absolve themselves of status as Federation citizens.
Well, that
Therefore,
would be just
Admiral, I believe we could at least call into question a severe conflict of interest on the fleet captain's part, if nothing further.
that's well thought, Commander.
Do you think you'll be able to pursue and dig into that myth?
Certainly.
See if you can unearth anything that might stall or outright turn away this investigation at this point.
Sirs, not to be rude, but I thought everyone who was involved with the coup on Earth was arrested. It was a big case. They were all lined up. I remember the case. I don't remember any fleet captain. What?
He was acquitted.
Well, no, even the ones that were like Cisco and Worf and such, they were involved in it, and they were acquitted on file as part of the news bulletin. But I don't remember this name. I would think I'd remember a fleet captain being involved.
It was Haggard who found that information on him, right? He was involved and acquitted. Because you knew the guy, or you've heard of him.
No, he was not acquitted. He was cleared.
Cleared.
So they were never brought him. He was never indicted.
Sorry, wrong legalese.
Oh no, sorry, that was my mistake. Sorry, I'm not used to
No,
it.
I used the wrong word.
So charged.
If I make a mistake, you're free to call me out on it, Lieutenant, right?
No, So wait, does that mean that we don't have cause to question him on a conflict of interest if he was cleared? Am I wrong? on that?
Depends on what Lieutenant Myth or Lieutenant Commander Myth might be able to find. He was cleared, but he was involved.
He was cleared of any wrongdoing with the coup. I would be calling a conflict of interest due to his pursuit of the Midnight Watch on Earth before they absolved themselves of Federation's citizenship in response to what they perceived as a Starfleet sanctioned attack on their places of habitation.
Require digging and then proof, which Lieutenant Commander Myth happens to have a knack for.
That would be, if you can come up with even a halfway decent legal argument for that and enough evidence to even muddy the waters, that would give me something to take to the Admiralty and might possibly yank Holbeck's chain from back at Starfleet headquarters.
If you can provide me with the information corroborating the fleet captain's involvement in the aforementioned strikes, then I believe I can denote some level of non-partiality on his behalf.
Lieutenant Commander Vada to Lieutenant Commander Varder.
This is Lieutenant Commander Varder. Go ahead.
Sorry, it took me a while to get it encrypted. A lot longer than I thought I was going to. I have it finally. I have the captain on the line.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander.
Just hit green alpha on your keypad, and that'll bring him up at your leisure.
All right. Thank you.
Vada out.
All right. Is there anything else you want us to suggest before I inform the captain of what's going on? We get this hopefully rolling and sorted quickly.
Lieutenant Commander,
Yes, Lieutenant.
perhaps we should avail the Admiral of our possible conflict of interest?
Admiral Haggard, you mentioned something about knowing Wolfgang?
For many years, he was one of the best first officers I ever had the privilege to serve with.
And he's still a friend?
Yes, although admittedly we don't see each other as often as we used to, but we stay in touch.
And you're aware of what he presently does? All of that sort of fun stuff?
I am. Are you going to circle around to a point anytime soon, Commander?
Yeah, eventually. I've still got my dress uniform on, too. This is horrible. Which means I need to actually unbutton a thing before I can pull out the Midnight Watch badge.
Oh, wow, you have badges and everything. Ooh.
Yeah. That would be the point, as he puts that down on the desk.
Well, Jim has the Midnight Watch been declared illegal or in any way?
At most, they've ever before they were kind of just a weird secret society that examined a pseudoscience or a strange bit of science. When they renounced, they became of security interest because they're a former Federation organization that renounced the Federation status.
Mhm.
But other than that, they weren't considered criminal. One of them was Irene Adler was considered a wanted criminal, but that wasn't. And she was briefly suspected that the Midnight Watch might have been involved, but the Kismet of all ships was the one that cleared her. It's like actually she and the Midnight Watch didn't didn't attack the Klingons. It was actually someone else entirely. They were trying to stop the darn thing because it involved killing Cowcat.
And then we went out and proved that they were actually helping us.
So since then, they've always been a security interest. But then again, the Ferengi Alliance are of security interest.
Right.
Yep. Basically, anyone who's not in the Federation is of security interest.
Right. Well, Commander, there's absolutely nothing prohibited about belonging to the Midnight Watch. However,
I'm aware, or I wouldn't be a part of it.
You need to be clear in your own head, and I'm not asking you the question, but you and I kind of look around, whoever else might be affiliated need to be clear in your own heads as to whether that badge conflicts with the oaths you gave and the uniform you wear. From everything I've heard about you from Fleet Captain Gridden and from my own reading and your records and between the lines of your records, I don't think that there is any conflict there, and I'm pretty sure I know which side you would come down on if there was. But it's always a danger serving two ethics that have the potential to come in conflict with one another. However, it is my belief that the uniform and everything it represents is actually marching in lockstep with the Midnight Watch and what it is trying to achieve. So as long as you're clear, we're clear.
We're clear then. Now,
White takes a deep breath and calms way down.
Now, that doesn't mean that they're not coming loaded for bear for you and whoever else is a member.
oh yeah. I'll get my investigation and hope that they say something unfortunate for themselves being recorded. Otherwise, I've got some fun defenses.
And I'm not going to be surprised if your bookkeeper? No. The quartermaster. If your quartermaster hasn't traded a rather significant amount of information for amnesty, so your plans to arrest her may come to naught.
You can't preemptively acquire amnesty.
Well, immunity.
Immunity tends to only last so long as you're not acting against the Federation in a hostile manner. And I believe establishing and running a black market trading illegal weapons and weapons of mass destruction would qualify for that.
Fair enough.
Plus, I remember the Blackwell did some inroads with the Orion government. I think we should have friends there, and they won't be too eager to shield one of theirs after making so nice with us back then. I think it was like sometime last year.
We've got roots and ways. We've unfortunately been playing the game of careful trading on broken glass for a while.
No kidding.
All right, then.
I shouldn't keep the captain waiting, and if we want the fleet captain waiting, and if we want the new captain penned, small, imperceptible shudder to have a go at these files, then I'll need to send them.
Fair enough.
Depending on your authority in the matter, Admiral, and the immediacy of our need to access these files, I could also attempt to gain access, if it is authorized.
The order is given, Lieutenant Commander.
Very well.
Lieutenant Wright, you're running the station as normal, though with the suggestion that there might be a Woohoo delegation on the way, perhaps finding quarters for them and making well sure that there are no bugs in place might be in order.
Aye, sir. Should I have our pilot friends be ready to scramble on a moment's notice? I was kind of getting them to prep anyway, but I can start putting some of our Federation credits toward them to get them put them on retainer, to put it that way, should we need them in the next 3 days.
That would be good. I was planning on doing something similar myself, but events are as they are. I would be entirely fine with them flying patrols in the sector as well.
I'll pass on the credit request once I figure out what their price number is. Hopefully it's not too big.
Lieutenant, hold off on arranging quarters just yet until we've spoken with the fleet admiral. It may be that making a production of arranging quarters for a diplomatic mission that hasn't yet arrived might play into our hands rather nicely.
This is true. Fleet captain. If Grennan somehow made admiral in this time, I am concerned.
It's called a coup.
He has been on hold a while.
I've been on hold for 3 weeks.
You made admiral in 3 weeks? Damn.
I'll get the fighter's price number then, and we'll run the station as per the updated security brief.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
She stands at ease. She has not been dismissed in the presence of a flag officer.
Yeah, I can't dismiss her either.
Oh. Right. I take a sip of coffee and then grimace. See to it, everyone.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Right, very quickly strides out of the room like her butt's on fire.
And I can talk in the presence of Lieutenant Myth, that's fine, because she will only ever speak if she's got something incredibly relevant to add.
Yeah, pretty much.
Press the button. Lieutenant Commander, order to USS Kismet. Oh, hey, Grinnin.
God.
Wow.
Super cash.
Super casual.
Super cash.
Super cash. I was not expecting him to appear there for some reason. Fleet Captain.
Commander Varder.
Right, so Lieutenant Commander Myth, you know, is Haggard standing in view or not?
Oh, of course.
Okay, and
And I don't believe I have the pleasure.
I'm Ulysses Haggard.
And Grennan looks for a second, and I assume Grennan has before.
It's related to the previous file. Those two served on the same ship.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, like, I'm assuming Ulysses Haggard is a well-known name.
I don't know about that.
I had to look him up, so
Yeah, he's on file. You'd be able to look him up pretty easily.
Oh, Admiral Haggard. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You're a bit of an old legend. Had to study some of your work in the academy.
Well, my granddaughter thinks you're cute.
God's sake.
Varder just that cough-stopping laugh kind of thing. Just I was about to laugh, but I can't, so I'm coughing instead.
Grennan just goes. Grennan's cheeks flush. And anyway, I was not expecting to hear that there was an admiral for Deep Space Arcania.
Hopefully you're not the only one.
Believe you me, Captain, he surprised all of us here.
I see. To what do we owe the pleasure?
To your efforts to secure peace in this region. How's it going on, keep wanting to call it Wuhan, but that's not right.
Wudra.
Wudra.
Well, things are progressing. There have been some snags in diplomatic outreach, but so far everything is, well, let's just say nothing has gone up in flames. Which
Had
for
two pinned throwing in
which I'm sure for someone of your experience, you can agree that large-scale diplomatic negotiations usually have at least one or two flare-ups. So that we've gone this far without a significant one is within expected parameters.
Well, I'm afraid your efforts may be coming under threat from a disappointing and unexpected angle.
The assassination attempts, yes, I've been made aware.
Wait, that's happening again?
Wait, are we not? Are we not talking about the same? Captain Grennan just face palms.
We are, as of present, more or less unaware of most of the ongoings along in your section of space. Our only source of contact from that section of space would be you, and you had not told us that you were being targeted for assassination until.
Well, it's only it's only in vague it's only in vague warnings, mind you, from and he looks at you, Haggard. Coincidence of coincidences, one Wolfgang von Wartburg.
Haggard kind of grins. Well, take it from me, Fleet Captain. A hint and a nudge and a wink from Wolfgang is as good as a fully vetted security and intelligence briefing from most.
Aww.
And it looks like he was right about things on our end of things as well. We've got a Fleet Captain Holbeck inbound with part of the 21st Special Security Squadron, tasked with investigating. Oh, what was it again, Commander Varder?
Non-federational secret societies.
So, the Midnight Watch, and also not exactly someone who would be too much of a fan of the woohoo people, being an entire branch of humanity with extraordinary psionic abilities.
Grennan just crosses his arms and and just sort of says, "I see. Starfleet isn't able to send many ships out our way. The moment they want to investigate the Midnight Watch, they're able to spare an entire other squadron."
Well, at least 3. And they appear to have perhaps struck some sort of deal with this Orion called the Quartermaster, Leshy.
Damn it.
She's on their ship. That's about all we know for sure.
We are making some
Which
assumptions.
is not exactly unheard of for passengers to get passage on a Starfleet vessel, but it's not exactly overly common. It's for non-Starfleet personnel.
So the person you're expecting is going to be coming in on a vessel.
Mm-hmm.
That complicates matters.
Hopefully not. We'll keep a lid on it.
Well, but they are coming with the full panoply of rank and policy and regulations behind them. However, I don't think they're going to expect to find me here, which means that I'm can hopefully throw some obstacles in their way and give Lieutenant Commander Myth and Lieutenant Commander Varder here time to find enough evidence to get Starfleet Command and the Admiralty to yank Holbeck's chain, as we believe he has a severe conflict of interest in investigating and carrying out this particular investigation.
Well, keep me posted. If you weren't aware of my file, Admiral, I'm quite skilled at the legal procedures behind such inquiries. And if there's anything there, I might be able to spot it.
Whose side is that alert on?
The red lights start flashing inside the office, and the communication suddenly cuts as it's being garbled out.
Lieutenant Commander Varder to the bridge. What's going on? Or to ops? What's going on?
And you're in combat.
Awesome!
There, can you?
Starfleet to
what
Deradix
now?
class? Oh, what the?
What?
Starfleet to Deradix.
I did tell you they were going to be renamed the USS Casualties, and I wasn't fucking wrong. Come here, boys.
Lieutenant Wright calls red alert, and she sees 3 ships warping into her sector with shields up, weapons on, and calls the station to red alert. Because, I don't know, that seems like a thing she should be doing.
Yeah.
Would the
A new
ships,
scene, by the way, because I spent to kill the scene.
would the ships go to red alert as well?
The ships are...
No, they need to get the order. The station got it because she saw them first.
Mhm. The Peltis is docked anyway.
Yeah, the 3 ships would be docked, so they have to spend a turn like de-docking and throwing their shields up. Right now, they're under the shield of DSAE until they undock and pull away.
Which, the second we're undocked, we've got an advantage, but we're exposed while we're undocking.
Yeah.
I would point out that the Argo never docked.
Oh,
He did transport over. Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, so one presumes they have their shields up.
Yeah, Haggard will tap his comm badge. Haggard to Argo. Red alert. I'll get there when I can.
Red alert, eye. We just saw what the DSE just spotted. That's a lot of firepower that just decloaked right out of nowhere.
Did they all decloak, or did the Pterodactyls just decloak?
It seemed like some sort of sensor ghost. We were trying to figure out why they were taking so long to get here. Next thing we know, they're right outside the system.
They were towing the bloody thing. Okay.
Well, that's where Hullbeck is. That's the 3rd ship.
Indeed.
Okay, well, we're not firing first, but we're definitely getting prepared. So who's going first in this combat?
Maybe get the Peltis to...
No, I'm meaning in terms of sides.
They started the fight by warping in,
Okay.
and Wright's turn was to go get the shields up and action tell everyone in security that something bad happening.
So we can quick to action do something else.
In essence, the Wright does not count toward max player action. She is a friendly NPC.
Okay.
All right.
I probably want to run to the Peltis and get that started.
I believe I should also head to my ship.
We can quick to action for the both of us to do that.
The both of you won't arrive at your ships until the top of next turn because it takes time to get yourself to your ships, unless you're site to site beaming.
Haggard to right.
Right here.
Need you to coordinate with the Excelsior, with the Argo. Get me a transporter window.
Actually, it might be, if we get the station to beam the 3 of us to separate locations, would be just one action,
Communications are
right?
scrambled. You probably can't.
That was long-range communication.
Oh, was it long range? Okay.
That is a cross-sectors communication. That was just...
I got my long range communication scrambled. Discord kicked me. So.
Oh.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was our long-range communications with Brennan.
Got it.
Actually, we've got Vata on the Arcania. We
sure
could get
do.
her to do a transporter roll to beam the 3 various captains, I'm going to call them for now, to their ships, right?
In theory, it's a hard roll.
It's Vata. She is the Lord Engineer.
It's Vada, yeah.
Although you already spent her determination.
What would the roll we're looking at be for 3 people to their ship?
So before you can even beam, because Haggard's trying to get Wright to do something as well.
That was to organize beaming.
Well, part of it is the drop shields. So
Right, yes.
both the Argo and the Arcania have to have their shields down to start beaming. So Haggard would first have to succeed at we'll call it a presence command difficulty 3 to coordinate both ships briefly bringing their shields down long enough for a beam and getting them back up almost immediately. And then you could quick to action to Vada to do a test. How hard that test is before you do all that, because you get to know that difficulty ahead of time, is... Well, it's control engineering, I know that. That's an easy question. Based if anything is 2, presumably, well, I actually shouldn't presume that she's not necessarily in the transporter room, so it doesn't go down for free. Doesn't go up because of that either. It's
We
site
make-
to site. It's not from a pad to not to a pad, because I presume you want to be beamed to your bridges, not all the way to your transporter rooms, then spending a turn running all the way back up.
That is likely true, yeah.
I'm 130. I'm
and-
not running that far.
And made difficult again because she's beaming a bunch of people to different targets. I'll up the comp for myself for free because she's doing a weird multi-beam thing with a weird window on the Argo. I can't make it any harder than that for any good reason, so assisted by...
I have the question of if we could make an advantage of her being near or in a transporter room. Like she was close enough to one that she could just dip in and be like, okay, make it easier.
For 2 momentum, you could, yeah.
Does that sound reasonable to everyone?
Yeah.
It sounds reasonable.
Okay,
Let's do it.
Diff goes down
I
to 4
can-
because she's in a transporter room.
Okay, I'm going to use my role as a captain to give her my determination.
Okay.
He's not liking this.
Okay, so we'll need for Haggard to get beamed to Hitchup. It's going to be what was it? Presence command diff 3,
3.
assisted by the station's comms plus command, because you're coordinating out of the Arcania right now.
Okay, so tell you what, just take 3 threat for 4 dice
Okay.
and bold. See if this works. Reroll the 1. So 4.
24, beat it by 1, gain 1 momentum.
And now
So there's-
Vata.
So there's a brief window where both ships are ready to take a beam, but it'll be very quickly kicked up.
Yep.
So- Quick to action to Vada.
Who wishes to handle them?
I'll take Vada for this. Control engineering.
Pens did do it last time and that was a very un-Vata-like roll.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the question because of how I run the table is that who's because you can use one of the 3 people who's here's turn. But you can
Oh,
also
right.
use the other player's turn, like who are at the
Oh,
table.
So-
true.
Yeah, we shouldn't use my turn then.
Would
want me to do
Brennan or Pens like to do it? Yeah.
Sure, I'll do it because Penda's been rolling shit all night.
And
Except
Brennan
he
hasn't
hasn't.
rolled particularly much today.
Is it communications science for the station or is it engineering?
Census engineering.
Sensors
Sensors.
engineering.
Vada. There we go. And then
You've got a diff 4 and determination.
Oh,
'Cause I gave Vada my determination.
Oh, awesome. I am the Lord Engineer.
Yep.
Such a great value.
And I'm going to spend
Good.
2 momentum for 3rd die to proc my cautious. Transporters, control engineering.
Yep.
Do I just need to remake one of my values to I am the Guardian? Oh, well, okay, there we go, Vada.
2, 3, 4,
There we
5,
go.
6.
7, because I spent my,
yeah.
my determination spent.
Now remember, I can snipe them from here with quantum torpedoes.
Sort of.
I have that trait.
God.
I'm a
Yeah.
starship marksman.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not firing first. Like,
Oh, I know, but oh my God.
That
Yes,
is an
that-
awesome trait.
I
It really
managed to
is.
pull off a shot from the station to a ship all the way back here. Twice.
Which like blew up the ship almost.
So I got that trait response.
Any swift action from Vada because you can't keep the initiative currently.
hmm
Oh, did we have to put down the shields to do this?
No.
The Haggard's a check was to make it so the shields went down and up almost immediately.
Ah, great. Perfect.
Vargr and the Peltus and the Plank are currently in the Arcania's shield bubble. We haven't left yet.
unless you guys have something, I think that's all that Vada needs to do.
I think so, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd agree.
Now we'll see what their ships
Unless
do.
we have some sort of swift thing for her.
I don't think I can't think of a task for her to do.
Yeah, I don't think she has. Because I don't think it's worth spending for her to
Yeah.
swift.
Yes.
Passing to the enemy.
Haggard
Yeah.
is the Haggard is the opposite of that, minus the Excelsior class pips.
True, it's fair. But I will say that Varder didn't try and get my favorite drink and food either.
I had like
Well,
2
but-
minutes to look you up. Give me a
Yeah,
break.
but also you didn't relieve him of command, so
Oh,
Fair point. It's a
You
fair
know what
point.
I realized? Varder is also on the bridge of the Peltist in dress uniform.
Yep.
They're gonna make fun of you forever.
So I believe the turn goes to the hostile forces.
Yes, it does.
The Daredeks, otherwise not specified. The only reason it says Starfleet is that on the IFF, it identifies as a Starfleet vessel. But like sensors are like, that's a Daredex.
Right.
Which is, I believe, not heard of. Starfleet does not butte panzer ships. We don't commandeer enemy vessels.
well,
Yeah.
normally,
Hmm.
not long term. Yeah.
Station's fine. Vessels? No, that's a line too far.
They're a lot more expensive.
Might be the quartermaster's ship.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh, they do have a Galor class as well.
And oh god, I really hit it.
With the squadron on a 5-minute launch notice as well. We've got that.
Yeah.
A little protection deep thing. That's not the word I want, but
If any of their shields get dropped, I'm dropping them with quantums.
Uh-oh.
Ah, yes, cloaking. Plank, I think you're up.
And I gained some threats. I really hit that. I gained 4 threat.
We can
Yes.
find anything.
The
Could
plank
you
finds
not-
them and we torpedo them while they're cloaked.
We can find anything.
Please do.
please, Myth, tell us, where is Waldo?
The initiative.
Oh no.
Myth. Searching for Waldo.
I don't like that. Don't be rude.
Whoops. Step to center, you silly.
Oh no.
Like, you've not fired yet, but we've got no reason to think you're friendly.
They warp into close range of the DSE and Argo.
They haven't communicated yet either.
Oh yeah, this is like clearly hostile action.
Yeah, we still have to do the appropriate Federation thing of state your purpose and identify yourself, or you will be fired upon.
You could tractor beam them.
Just kidnap them.
Well, hey,
Honestly, like tractor beam in response would be a completely appropriate response.
And it is the Haggard maneuver.
Capture them.
well, you could have DSE do it.
Do we want the plank to disengage from the stations, or scan then disengage from the station? Because I think the scan is going to be difficult, but disengaging from the station should be simple. Like swift task, I mean.
Yeah, you can probably do that. I don't. So like, we're still inside the shield bubble of Theracania, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could just sit there and be a sensor boat inside
Yeah,
the
I could just sit here.
Yeah.
It's just
Like-
if something happens to DSE, you're also right there.
That's true. But I'm saying I don't think moving is the plank's top priority.
That's fair. Yeah, you can just sit there and censor both.
Maybe raise shields?
Can't while you're
docked.
You can't while you're docked.
Or
Ooh.
undock and raise shields?
I have an idea.
Mm.
If you censor boat locate and also hail them to deliver that formal notification of, if you do not do this, you will be fired upon, so that we're not in the wrong for anything.
Oh shoot!
Like if you
Honest-
identify and state your purpose to unknown vessels.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like that defers to Haggard in
Rank.
rank. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've already gone.
Yeah, he can only use because Haggard can only use his ship's scale worth of actions. You could get your crew to do it for you, on your order, on your authority. You're just using their NPC crew dice rather than your talents and abilities.
Does that eat up an action?
Each NPC, each friendly NPC ship, so actually all 3 ships present, had their scale and actions for the NPC crew.
Yeah.
But you guys have individually, as your characters, have 1. So it eat up one of your ship's actions.
We could. Yeah. Like, I mean, I can wait till the couple until next turn. Even you could have the plank do the scanning and whatever you want to do, and then the Haggard's ship as the air quotes senior ship here.
Okay.
Deliver the. You will do this. Identify yourself or be fired upon, or state your purpose, or however you want to word it.
Yeah.
'Cause you are partaking in hostile actions against.
Yeah.
Hostile maneuvers.
GM, what's the roll to pinpoint that to Daradex?
Because if you find them and they act aggressive, and I'm sitting here with a Peltis and quantum torpedoes, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
From your current position,
Yeah.
oh right, the ship. Reason science 6, comp 5, assisted by ship sensor science.
Sensors
Jesus.
take that down.
6. Nice.
Sensors can buff that down by 1 immediately.
Yeah.
At least one of that's because of distance.
Mm-hmm.
But 5 is the normal baseline for a up-to-date cloaking system.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm not going to do that right now then.
That's fair.
Just because I probably could hit that, but I don't think it's worth the resource expenditure right now.
Yeah.
When we've got like ships right on us. So I think we should then undock the tactically superior vessel Pell test. That's probably our first.
Okay, yeah, we'll get the Peltist ready for combat then.
Yeah.
Which we can do with the crow action on the Peltist. Right?
Yep. So
Undock and raise shields.
Raise shields require a swift task.
What?
A swift task. Because there's 2 separate
is it not a minor to raise shields?
Oh, you're right, because they weren't dropped. You're right. Yep. You just raise shields as a minor. You're right.
Yeah.
It's minor action to go to red alert.
That's true.
And we still have quick to action, so I guess Haggard and the Argo, or the Argo itself.
Okay. Broadband communication. Attention USS Vindicator, USS Astral, and unidentified Warbird. Under the authority of Admiral Ulysses Haggard, state your intentions and stand down.
Oppose presence command.
That's using the ship people.
Yes.
Crew task roll. Are the focus?
They're always assumed to have a focus.
Okay. Okay.
Brain. What book am I supposed to be looking at? This
You've
one.
got a pretty good crew there.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the Argo is kind of a legendary ship.
Renowned, even. It says so right in her traits.
Oh, so it does.
I like that.
So let's do. I don't want to leave you guys without.
I'm a threat boat.
Your
You're
threat
fine.
boat. Okay. So then let's do 3 momentum for 4 dice, and let's see what she goes.
And I believe myth is mostly threat.
Oof.
Spending
I'm even split.
Yeah.
spending 3 threat. The ends justify the means.
Uh-oh.
Activating my value.
Where have
My
I heard that?
torpedoes will justify your means.
And
Give me blood.
Oh, and the ship should also assist, right?
with communications command. And they get 1 free die because they're trying to conceal their actual motives. Wow. Well, huh.
Oh, so it's a draw with a complication on their part.
Oh, the ship.
Wait, how is an 18 a hit?
No, the 18 didn't hit. They used their determination.
Oh, right. I was like, what?
Got to spell 1.
Ah,
So they succeeded, but
yeah, 4
they
with complication.
but they complicated. So
Well, yeah, that's what I would do if you were playing Romulans. I'll do the same thing to them. So, you hear back on a subspace channel under Article 14, Section 31, we do not recognize your orders. However, in their haste to give you that message, they kind of revealed what ship they were broadcasting from.
whoops.
Yeah.
I think the Peltus knows what it's firing at.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I can make that shot.
You've also got a tactical officer who can make that shot as well.
Yes, but me personally.
Yeah, but you can quick to action yours.
Oh, yeah, we could both
Security
fire.
officer.
Yeah.
That'd be stupid.
In a word, look 'em up.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga.
I think it goes to them though.
Yeah, because I think you quick that. You've already kept the initiative.
Yeah, unless the Argo swift tasking.
You could swift task and have to do something else at a increased difficulty.
I don't think we have the momentum.
Oh, you can give 2 threat for it.
I think we're good.
I don't know if you want to, but it's an option.
Yeah.
Nah, I think we're good.
Well, he doesn't know that, so I can't make him put his decloak because he doesn't know anything's wrong. Very frustrated with that character right now.
Don't worry, I was gonna reveal him anyway.
Now you can just give me a scan for weakness personally, and then I can do it.
Oh no!
But you don't have to. The shields are down. Just hit him.
Yeah. Shields are down. Just hit him with
True, I don't need
2
to
barrages of quantum
anything.
torpedoes.
Oh.
Not even quantum, just photons will do the job.
I have
Heck 'em.
quantum, I've never used them before.
Just heck them up.
The Vindicator brings its shields down.
That's the steam runner, right?
Yep. And it begins to attempt to do. It begins transporting something toward the DSE.
DSE has its shields up.
Mm-hmm.
It's trying to transport the. Oh no! It knows their shield.
No, it's not beaming it through the shields. I don't think. I think it's beaming something outside the shields, like a bomb of something. I don't know.
Unless they know the shield frequencies or modulations.
Yeah,
Which they might.
Yeah.
they might.
Look at all that thread I have for this.
Hey, I tried
So you
to
get for
give
spending it all earlier.
Oh, hey, this thing is actually has a slight benefit to this type of roll. That's
Yeah, because it's a steam runner, and those have advanced sensors.
So I'm doing that. Oh wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? That makes no sense. What I'm doing? I'm doing something else. Freak! I got caught up. What you guys were saying. That's my bad. Ba, 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 ba. Oh right. Okay. Is that right? Oh, that doesn't look good. I just saw that. Oh no, it's the right roll. I got it right. That's not good for me, but hey.
It was about time you started to fucking miss.
There's nothing I can do about. The difficulty went down. I hit it with a comp. That's brilliant, guys. That's awesome. I'll use up 2 power instead of 1.
This is how I felt earlier.
It's like I made it, hooray! It's like, well, you did. They have beamed a boarding party onto the station through the shields.
Oh, their shields are down, and the Argo's right beside it.
Is a fair point.
Also, I mean, yeah, you're right beside it. I can hit it. We can both hit it.
Turn goes back to you. I have no way to keep the initiative.
Let me take a look at my cannons here for a second.
Yeah.
I feel like just go for the Pterodactyl. Its shields are also down,
And then we have
and
quick.
it's a lot bigger.
And then we have quick.
It
to
is a
act-
lot bigger.
Then we have quick to action, and then we can do something about the boarding.
Okay, so, Peltist, turn around. Look at that lovely Diderdix. How far away is that? What's that difficulty shot? It's a 3 base out here. So what? 4 or 5?
Well, 'cause
Close,
torpedoes are
medium,
long range.
Long, extreme. So
And
4.
And don't
Nice.
forget to call your shot.
Yeah. So I have Starship Marksman. I don't know if I can invoke that trait here for an extreme range
Given that
torpedo
you're firing
shot.
at extreme range or higher, yeah, I'll take it.
Great. So am I lowering the difficulty with that?
You can.
I think I would like to do that. Yeah. Minor to enable a quantum torpedo,
Spread.
because I need to spend a minor to activate those.
To calibrate them so they don't blow up the minute you fire them.
Calibrate it.
Do you want to spend
Yeah.
another one to spread?
Ooh, I get a threat because you're using torpedoes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do. I'm going to target its engines. It can say goodbye to power supply. If I could target the bridge, I would.
But
With marksman, you can. You just increase the difficulty back to 4.
Just take out the bridge of the Pterodactyls. That's rude.
That's incredibly rude.
Did I do it?
That's up to you.
2?
Do I want to take out the
Remember-
entire command of the Pterodactyls?
Remember
do
that
it.
unnecessary force is punished.
Yeah.
Is it
that-
unnecessary?
I mean, that's your call.
It is an unknown hostile force, and
That
security
is
is...
between you and the
eligible
GM.
well, that-
Yeah, I'm just going to hit their engines. I'm not going to hit their bridge.
Yeah.
Fast targeting system does that.
and then don't you have a
I
talent?
could
that
hit
lowers
area
it?
and hit both of them, but that's got its shields up.
Or no, you just have a thing that ignores. Wait, don't you have a thing that stacks?
Yeah, I've got a thing that stacks with that. It's precision targeting. I may reroll 1d20 my dice pool, and the attack gains the piercing 1 damage effect. Yeah, I'm going to a spread on that ship.
Okay, so that's 2 more.
We might
threat,
as
I
well just
believe?
hit the Diderdix hard.
Yeah, I agree.
And you get a threat for me firing torpedoes,
Yep.
or I mean me rolling the dice because I have to. I'm
Bold.
giving you 3 threat actually. Yeah, bold is what I'm doing. I'm wording and I'm failing to word. You get 3 threat from me firing this. From me firing it personally.
Yeah.
And I get a reroll, and the ship helps me. No, it doesn't. No, the ship doesn't help me. I'm
Yes,
being
it
stupid
does.
there. Oh, it does.
Weapon
Nice.
security.
Weapon security. Peltist, come here.
So diff 3.
It's a 3 momentum.
Starship. Starship. Peltist wants to kill.
Mm-hmm.
How
Okay,
many
no
dice do I
shit.
add to this
Just add
for
an extra 2.
Oh my
extra 2?
god.
Okay. So, plus 6. Got it.
Well, Admiral Haggard, welcome to Tucker's Squadron.
Are you dead yet?
And I think you said that gets piercing 1
It gets piercing 1, yes.
Jeez, and Pete.
on a spread.
Yes.
Vicious one, and then they've already got an extra
9.
breach because their shields are down.
I mean, we should say, well, welcome to my ship.
Yeah.
This is Penn's ship.
Yeehaw.
And then, so you've got spread, high yield, and their shields are down.
This is the first time I've been on the Peltist and actually in combat as well.
It's a fun experience.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if you've ever seen the combination of precision targeting and the rapid targeting systems on
I have
ship
precision
player.
targeting.
No, I'm talking to Haggard.
Oh,
I don't
precision
know.
targeting's nice.
Well, when coupled with rapid targeting systems, it is broken.
Yeah, I had an extra reroll there that I didn't even get to use.
See, you just need to get the talent full spread maximum yield on top of that.
Oh, yeah.
And you did a spread attack. So...
Yep.
Mhm. So half of that.
Oh no.
So it's 1 at all for shields being down, 1 for 5 over 5 breach or
one
damage.
for just hitting it.
Yeah, 1 for
Yeah.
hitting it, 1 for over 5. Then it's half plus icons minus 1.
Plus, they get, I think,
What is that number for its the second number? of stress?
Half plus icons minus 1. So 7,
Damn it.
10, 9.
yeah. Don't you get an extra 1 just for hitting it on the spread as well? Shields are down.
Yes.
Oh
And
my.
high yields does another breach.
Oh, did
Does
we
high
just
yield stack with the spread?
So I just did 6 breaches to it.
one shot it?
Can I spend for devastating?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think gold in there, but don't worry.
I think we just one shot it.
You just one-shot at a Daredex, because,
Hey, look, they're in close range with that, right?
is that a Warp Core breach there?
Fuck.
He did shoot their engines, aka their Warp Core.
All right, Steamrunner, you're next.
Oh, not warp core, singularity core.
Yeah,
Alright,
quick to action, and
I-
I'll touch
Actually, I
you
wouldn't make
back.
that explosion noise. It'd be more just crushing into a hole and just kind of.
I was thinking I could swift task and fire at the Steamrunner and then touch him on and go.
No,
There's
No,
no
I'm
need
not
to-
gonna let the Argo have any fun.
Just like
I'll
Taxi
swift
Band
task and then let the Argo have fun.
Defiants are broken.
God.
So we'll just
Not in
rotate
fleet
and
combat.
raise. Yeah. Rotate, raise. We've got phaser cannons.
Yeah, you're in
We've
close
got a
range.
phaser
You're
array
good.
too. Am I in close range? I can't tell with all of the red that's here.
You're in medium range.
Medium,
currently.
yeah. Okay.
Medium.
As a note, you notice that unlike the Daredex and the Astro, whose warp core signatures don't seem to be terribly devastating to their surroundings, it looks like the Vindicator's warp core is.
Okay, I'll just disable him then.
Yeah,
can
probably
do
just go
that.
Phaser cannons for disable.
I might just have to go with phaser array because it's out of range of cannons. I
you
mean,
can
I
still
could
hit
hit
it.
it with cannons anyway.
You can fire with cannons, just increases diff by 1
Yeah.
because you're firing out of close range.
Well, that's why I was thinking. If you went quick to action, Tachiban could use the phaser cannons without the
Yeah.
secondary difficulty increase.
I could just hit it with a phaser array and be fine. Because that's also got spread, and you can't do that with a phaser cannon.
Oh, was that you shooting?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I got the wrong marker. That's my bad. I marked the Peltas, and I shouldn't.
That was me personally annihilating them.
One-shotting a Daredex.
Yes.
So if you're firing at the Vindicator with a ray, it's a diff 3. If it's the cannons, it's diff
It'd be a
4.
diff 2, wouldn't it?
Plus 1 because of Swift Task.
Oh, right, yeah, diff 3 because of that, yep. And yes, I'll sub-target their Engines? Weapons. What do I want to hit on you? You've already used excess power. Sure, I'll hit your engines and drain more power.
What was I going to say? How much power are you putting to the shot?
No extra, just your
No,
standard.
I'd put like the extra 3 into it.
I'm trying not to blow them up.
No, I'm thinking if you get more icons, you can go for power drain.
Ew, fair. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? So that's flat. I'm down to
Like,
10
don't
power.
blow them
Yeah.
up though.
Well, you're down to 7 now.
I will lightly tickle them with my phasers.
I'll increase the diff by 1 more because you are firing in close proximity to the Arcania.
Okay. So you get 1 threat. I'll spend 2 momentum. I'm sub-targeting, or hitting their engines, so precision targeting comes in. I don't even need the rerolls.
It was worth trying to make it harder.
Yep.
You get less
Hello.
momentum this there. I feel better now.
Yeah.
You still.
Hello there. Yeah.
Did you add the 3 to the?
Yes, I
phaser
did.
ring?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And their shields are down.
Yes, their shields are down.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 1 piercing and 1 for.
I don't think you need
Power
it
drain?
because Varder.
Let's see. It's. Their shields are both up, so I'm not terribly concerned about killing them anyway.
Well, Varder doesn't
let's
need to spend for piercing because.
No, I get piercing. I've got
Yeah.
4 free piercing on that shot.
Or maybe both power drain then?
Yeah, I think in just power drain.
Do you want to spend for a reroll of the extra 4?
I don't think so. We should have enough to get all of the breaches, all 4 breaches on that shot.
Okay, so to tell you do get to know these results.
That's 9. I've got piercing 4.
You didn't spread, did you?
Yeah, I did. I'd need to buy a miner for that, wouldn't I? I think.
No,
Yes, I
just
would need to buy a miner, and I.
Spread? You just declare it.
Yeah, you just declare it.
Oh, yeah. Duh. Okay, never mind. Yeah, spread.
Yeah, it's not like calibration.
If you spread, that's enough for another breach. I'm not going to even worry about it.
Yeah. So it'd be. Then it's 4 plus 4, 8, 7 damage.
Oh! Wait. I might have jumped the gun a bit. Hold on. I might have jumped the gun. Give me a second. Oh, that's worse for them. So you know that you know that the Daredex I said blew up.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Instead, it got disabled.
Oh, great! We've got prisoners.
Because if you equal their scale, that disables them. If you exceed their
Yeah.
scale, they blow
Did
up.
I just perfectly disable them with quantums?
Yep.
Amazing.
1, 2,
I'll
3,
take
4,
that.
5, 6. Yep, it's dead on the money. Okay, so for the Vindicator, 1, 2, 3, 4 is equal to their scale. So
Oh, I
they're
thought their
disabled.
scale was 5.
No.
Oh well.
Don't we get
See
an
what I was
extra
like.
breach for just hitting them?
No,
Yeah. You got one.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the no shield hit was for.
that's why we've got 4 breaches on them.
You got one for at least 5
Oh,
damage,
okay.
and because you hit them at all with no
Okay.
shield, they
So-
can't
Oh
breach.
my
I thought
God.
I was letting the Argo do something, but it turns out I didn't.
Well, it's okay.
You can go now, though.
Argo
We've got
OP,
quick to
please,
action.
man.
You can go pick up the prisoners.
Well, actually, you might want to deal with that little prisoners.
class.
Yeah,
the-
we've got.
the- or sorry, not prisoner. You might want to deal with that little boarding action situation.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
If you
yeah,
want to
Yeah.
have
true.
quick to action right to deal with that, would it be right or just Arcania?
The Arcania.
Oh, yeah, quick to action Arcania to deal with borders.
To deal with borders is a
Or would it be a supporting character aboard the Arcania? Could do it as well.
either. You have enough players left.
Yeah.
Somebody over there. Who was it?
We have secured people over there. They have Dreth. They
Yeah.
have Dreth.
Yeah.
And if we want that, Efrix can do that. Run
Sure.
Dreth and anti-security or counterboarding. He has tactics as well.
He does.
Yeah.
And hand to hand if it comes
And
to
hand to
that.
hand. The Dreth machine going out. That was bad.
So the Dreth
Pop,
machine.
pop, 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 pop.
Well, I had the right thing open. No, come back. So, Dreth, if you wish to throw off these pirates, as it were, it is a presence command task, difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's weapons security.
Presence command.
You know, his presence command is a 9.
That's not a good thing.
Who else do we have aboard? We've got Kino aboard, but she's got a 12 and no
Well, that's
tactics.
better than a 9.
The alternative, I will say, because he would know this as a security officer, is that the next turn the boarders get, they're going to try to do a...
Might be better to have right do it.
Oh wait, no, it is a you act and they act. You don't. That's not an opposed roll. Never mind. I was right the first time.
Yep.
Sorry.
You can do Dreth with his 9 or Kino with her 12. They're both
Thanks.
on the station.
I think Kino's better. Right?
She's got a 12. She doesn't have a focus.
Well, neither does. Well, Dreth has psychology.
I think tactics would be more applicable than psychology. Tachibana is on the Peltist. Thralek's on the Kismet. Shruzar is somewhere? I've got a crew support list. Where is he? What do we have on the...
Well, what does GM say? Does tactics apply here?
It would, yeah.
Okay. What do I got? I got bold security, but I'm not rolling a security.
I would just take Kino. It's a 2. You're not really gaining much from having a focus.
Yeah, I just generally roll better with
Dreth,
Dreth.
you did nearly get Kino killed. You can make up for that.
Time. I've rolled her since and not killed her.
Yeah, you can make up for it.
You're getting
It's
there.
a diff 1 task as well. I'm sure you've got it.
So who are we going with?
Kino,
Kino.
I would say. It's Aprix's choice, but I'd say Kino.
Yeah, Kino.
I know my security stuff. I swear.
Okay. So, no. That. None of that. I don't think she has anything that's useful. No.
See, they didn't want to do all the special effects makeup for
Dreth.
Dreth.
Should I spend for extra or not?
If you wish.
Yes. Might as well.
Yeah, I think they used all the budget for the episode for the blood effects on Woohoo.
I think this episode went over budget.
It's fine.
Which should I spend a momentum or a?
Let's not give him threat.
Okay, I'll spend
He
a
doesn't
momentum
need
for it,
threat.
guys.
Giving threat is interesting.
I mean, I
Go.
don't know your security people what they do.
She doesn't have bold or cautious. She has Deadeye and Fire at Will.
She is an intimidating woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
She has a cybernetic eye and a cybernetic arm.
I mean, I hit it.
You did. We get the momentum back. Well,
and I didn't run her into an imaginary mine. So
GG.
The security, the petty officer Kino tier deploys security teams to isolate the borders and prevent them from getting anywhere else. They're a problem for later, but for now, they're not a threat to the station.
I will buy Ferengi whip and deal with them later.
Do you wish to attempt to keep the initiative or swift task?
We already kept the initiative.
Yeah.
Goes to them. Well,
Defiant just annihilated direct 2 of our vessels.
What is the saber going? So what is that saber gonna do?
He's
The
gonna stand
saber?
and deliver.
turns.
You want to blow up the pterodactyls?
And fires its phaser cannons at the target next to it.
Yep.
Does he hit? Is the question.
Yeah, I actually have to see if they hit. Spend a threat, so I try not to miss this.
So wait, is the Derek still cloaked? Or did it uncloak?
Oh, it uncloaked once it got disabled.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to see you miss this.
Seems difficult.
Nah. Yeah.
I only gained one threat. I wanted more than that.
Did you even gain a threat?
Oh, that's right. It's a scale 6.
Oh, you're firing cannons at it. Never mind.
And it does any damage to it, it'll blow up. Actually, it could roll all zeros. Let's check if it rolls all zeros.
Yeah,
That
it
matters.
could roll.
But
Does the Derek still have its
Resistance.
It doesn't know.
Oh, it doesn't.
Once you're disabled, you're basically zeroed out. You're sitting duck waiting to be killed.
Well, that destroys it.
Does the
Now
saber
it's just-
survive the warp core breach?
For a momentum and a threat, its singularity core could be a lot more stable than they thought it was.
Do it.
You mean that
Let's
the saber
do
will get
it.
injured, or? Yeah, let's enter the saber. Why not?
Now I have to calculate how much damage this thing gives when it blows up. Hold on.
If they just
Hey, Dan.
disabled themselves doing that, we still have 2 ships that we've captured.
Yeah.
Well, one would assume that the flag captain, assuming he survived, beamed over to the saber,
Mm-hmm.
unless he decided to lead the boarding party himself.
If we capture these 2 ships, can we just add them to the fleet for shits and giggles?
No.
Station
We're
yet.
not pirates. Penned.
No, but Starfleet Security, you
Private
just sent
theaters,
a
Marlo.
squadron to assault loyal Federation and members of Starfleet, including an admiral. You want to explain yourselves?
Clicking 3. 3.
Unprovoked assault on a Starfleet facility.
Someone roll for me 9 challenge dice.
Oh, I've got this one.
go.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has piercing 2 for each thing, so whatever. It's a scale 3 ship, so it has no resistance now. So it just gets. It's just being hit flat, so it's taking 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage straight to its shields. It's going to take 1 breach because it took at least 5 damage. Math, dude. Do math in your head. There you go. So you're going to take at least 1 breach, which means because you're an NPC, you've lost one of your turns and you lose 2 power. Use up some power anyway because you were shooting at something. Lose 2 more because of the breach. Use up 1 turn to shoot at them at all. You lost another one because you took your first breach. So you have 1 turn left. That's good news. They are not destroyed or disabled, but they have been impacted from the explosion.
I can do with that.
And I will spend to keep the initiative.
Coward.
And no, it gets better from here.
And
It
warp away?
warps away.
Yeah.
USS Argo pursue.
I was gonna say, how fast is the Argo? Because I think you can catch him.
If they can't, I can.
Yeah, the plank definitely can.
But
Yeah,
let's give the Argo something to do.
Yeah, the Argo's sitting on 16 power. I think I can catch him.
Oh, yeah, I think you can catch them too.
Yes.
It had at least 7 power before it left. So you need to spend at least that +1 to chase it.
Sure, I'll spend 8 power and take after it.
We need to start looking for survivors, Smith.
Oh,
Oh, that's not very
Yeah.
fun.
Do you
There it
want
is.
to undergo the transportation of people from that vessel?
See, don't you all agree that the discrepancy between actual combat and fleet combat for a Defiant is ridiculous?
Oh,
yeah.
totally.
Well, that's why
Because-
Defiants are great for one-to-one combat. They're terrible for fleet combat. They're not designed for big mass fights. They're for little hit and runs, which is what they did with the original Defiants. The exact same strategy. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
let's not sit here and just get pummeled because it's sit in the thick of the lines because we're gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, I mean that's why it had a cloaking device.
Basically a heavy fighter.
Yeah, honestly, it flies like one.
Except I don't have a cloaking device.
Does anyone else also engage in the pursuit?
Is it just a power requirement to do it?
Yep.
I've got 10 power left.
No, you don't.
Let the Argo do it.
You're like
The
7
Argo
power.
can go, yeah. The entire station can go. It's got 21 power.
Yeah,
7 power, never mind.
That's shields.
I
The
got
only
that.
thing that could follow is the plank if it wanted to help the Argo out.
I don't think the Argo needs help.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we're ordered, if the admiral orders us to, we will follow in pursuit course. However,
I'm sure the Argo can handle a steam runner, yeah.
Let's hope so.
That's not even a steam runner, is that a saber?
Saber.
Yeah, I think you've got this.
Uh,
Mr.
So-
Scale 5.
Yeah, just pull up to it, tractor beam it.
Steal them. You're coming back with us if you like it or not.
Pull up to them, GG no re.
Really, you just need one phaser tap on their shoulder, drop their shields, and do a breach, and there we go. They're
Well, two
Damn.
more breaches and they're destroyed.
disabled.
No, destroyed.
Fail
'cause
free.
They've already taken 2 breaches, I think.
Taken one breach.
Really?
Yeah.
2 turns, 1 breach.
Ah.
Admiral, you're in a. Actually, since we're in a fresh fight, both our power resets.
Oh.
My shields do not reset though. Oh yes, it does. Yes, it does. My breaches don't though. That's not how that works. I need to go to a dock to fix that. That's not good.
we have one back there if you want to come back. Eric Kinney
Yeah.
has docking facilities.
Well, Argo, you are the one who is quote unquote initiating combat because you're chasing them when they tried to flee.
Okay, looks like they're just out of medium range. Let's see, don't have any momentum or anything on the board. So I'm going to maneuver, which should hopefully buy us some momentum, into medium range.
It would be a diff 0. And I would say no because I normally don't give diff 0 tests. So you'd get the move for free, basically. But you'd have to, if you wanted to swift task or keep, you'd have to spend 2 threat.
All right, I'll spend 2 threat to keep.
Okay. I assume you got your ship to do that rather than Haggard.
Yeah.
Mess with the controls.
So then we will
I'm really
shooty
wrong.
shoot.
No, don't shoot.
But we are going to target its engines.
You could also,
specifically.
hey, maybe you should direct a shoot.
Well, I'm hoping that I can disable it and then use my super high presence command to make them surrender. But we'll see.
I think you'll just disable them. You just need to drop their shields into a breach and they're gone.
Right.
Or
So
stay
yes,
close enough to track them.
What is the range on tractors? Short?
Close.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, get close.
Yeah. So, okay. Anyway, we are going to fire phasers at their engines, which will put the diff up to 3, I believe.
Up to 4
'Cause it-
because you're aiming for engines as well. Because you're swift tasking and then oh no, you're not swift tasking. You're
Well,
keeping.
keeping.
I mean,
That's different.
actually, wait. You don't need to target anything because they're an NPC ship.
I do take targeting into account if they happen to still be breathing. To put it that way.
Yeah. Well, in any event, my goal is not to destroy the ship. We're targeting to disable.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll
yeah.
take that into account. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, so there's 1 power for the phaser shot, but I'm going to dump 3 more power into the phasers, so it brings me down to 12 power.
All right.
I just realized a thing.
What?
A high resolution recording of that saber
Oh, yeah.
the Derdix.
We have a high resolution recording of all of this.
Yeah, the entire battle is being recorded.
Yeah, because the people who
We
had
have
the
a sensor planet.
yeah the people who were in this system before us tried to set us up to add on a high
We have
resolution
a camera planet.
I'd take 3 threat for 4 dice for the wait, that's the starship, not the crew. For the crew task, it hit a 3, right? Or is it 4?
3 for 4 dice.
No. Now I'm confused. They're within our optimum range, so that would normally be 2. But
Right.
in theory, I'm targeting to not destroy them. So is that going to up the difficulty to 3?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, just checking. There we go.
Okay.
Plus your web security.
Oh yeah, web security. Oh, dang it, Argo! Dang it, Argo!
We've had a fun amount of 20s tonight.
Yeah,
well,
we really have.
we're at 2 momentum. We can quash it.
No, it was a difficulty 3.
Yeah, we're at 1 momentum.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, never mind. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Would you take 1 of each to quash?
No.
He's like, no.
Would you take 2 threat to quash?
No, because that's just me taking 2 threats.
Okay, so anyway, let's roll some damage here.
I have
you
an
take
idea what
hugs
the
and kisses?
complications gonna be.
I'm sorry, what?
Would you take hugs and kisses?
Oh.
No.
And you sacrifice 10.
That's
Oh.
a lot of icons.
Well, hang on. We might actually be able to just keep this down if we don't spend anything.
I was going to spend a momentum to reroll 5.
Well, but that's the thing, because if we do too much damage,
Well, his shield's regenerated.
Occasion you might kill them.
No, you don't. You can't do too much damage to him. He can take 2 breaches, and you can only really do 2 breaches with a phaser shot.
Yep. So plow one of the versatile into piercing. That should bring it up to 5 for a breach.
And that's all. Should be all you need.
6, because penetrating is 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's enough for a breach.
Still
Leaving it there?
Power drain, maybe? Get the power back down.
Power drain's not a bad idea for the other versatile. Or wait, do you have to do? Is that a momentum spend, or can you use that for versatile?
yeah, you use that. for
Versatile is momentum. You could
Yeah.
use your versatile to buy off the
Yeah.
complication.
Yeah, because versatile just generates bonus momentum.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a really cool mechanic.
yeah. Versatile. The rules of versatile basically says you generate bonus momentum.
Okay, yeah. So then we'll just buy off the momentum. We'll buy off the complication then. So 1 versatile into piercing, and then we'll buy off the complication with.
Ah, you can do that. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a thing I was going to do to them too. Oh well.
Yeah.
We've been playing this system for like 2.5 years.
They
Yeah.
are currently damaged. Anything they want to do is increased by 2 to repair this is a diff 3 task.
Yeah. Another thing you can do, Haggard, with the versatile 2 is you can pay the cost of swift task
Huh.
with
Yep.
versatile.
Yeah, I did that a couple sessions ago, and friend was just like, "What?"
So your crew moved. They kept. Do you wish to swift and shoot again or something like that?
No. Let's let them do something.
Okay.
Let them surrender.
That's not good.
I am going to try to do this. That's all I can spend because I don't have enough dice for another die. So, hey crew, let's hope you don't suck. Well, actually, for your sake, you better hope you suck because this is not good for you. I mean, it's good for me. It's not good for you. It would be this plus. Oh wait, everything's increasing difficulty because your ship's banged up because you guys suck. Cool. I'll try to fix my system so you guys don't suck as bad. So I'll spend the same amount. Hopefully we don't screw this up. How hard is this to fix? It's just a straight up rail because I'm repairing. The ship doesn't get to help me, does it?
Well, it'll still
Nope.
be +2, wouldn't it?
Hmm. Well, it's +2 to anything I do. So if the thing I'm trying to do, I'll have a diff of 2, so it'd be up to diff 4. I'm better off trying a diff 3 task, trying to repair my stuff, and maybe get some momentum out of it. Well,
Well, you did succeed.
I fixed it.
Yeah.
So I can
What broke as a result of you fixing it?
It's a good question.
I'm gonna lose a turn because I'm an NPC ship. I wasted time, which means I used up turn 1 for doing anything. I used another turn because we wasted time, so I have 1 turn left. Which means I still have enough time to keep and try to do what I wanted to do, but then I don't have any threat. But you might shoot me again and try to. Yeah, I
Might.
gotta try.
Yeah.
Keep the initiative. I have to hit a diff 2 now. Okay, this is okay. Well, no. Now you give me a threat. Forget you, ship. It would seem that their warp core is overloading. It will not. It will not explode immediately. At the end of each round, I roll in the first round. I roll a challenge die. If I hit an effect, it blows up and does damage to everything around it and itself. After that round, it gets 2 challenge dice, and then 3, and then 4, until eventually I hit an effect. So it's starting to overload, and that's all 3 of my turns. Back to the arc.
Open a channel.
Channel open.
This is Admiral Ulysses Haggard aboard the USS Argo. Stand down and surrender your vessel. If you are undergoing a warp core breach, get to the escape pods. We will pick you up. You've made a mistake today. It doesn't have to be a fatal one.
Presence command opposed. Since one person thinks they should all die, and well, maybe someone else will think, well, I'd rather live, thank you.
Just don't even put the message to the bridge. You just play it throughout the entire ship. The crew's like, wait, what? Warp core breach?
Right, yeah. So,
I'll spend 1 threat to give myself at least 1 more die.
okay. You have a choice to make. The future is yours to make or to throw away. And I will spend my determination on the value. We make the future ourselves every day.
Oh, you did get that back. You're right. Yep.
Persuasion for a focus.
Yep.
And then I will... I'm going to have to give him some threat. I'll give you 3 threat for 4 dice.
I'll
And
spend
roll.
2 of that to buy 1 more die.
Figured.
This is the point in the episode where, like, the leitmotif theme song for the Argo comes in.
Your determination.
Yep. 6 to 4.
Yes!
Oh. No, didn't get it back.
That was a good way to lose it, though.
Yeah.
Do you wish to keep the initiative? Because I'll say this much: they don't have any turns to act as a ship anymore. It takes an action to start evacuating people, so they're gonna have at least 1 turn where the ship they're basically helpless until the end of the round, and the next turn, someone's gonna say, "Let's run," and that will empty out half of the ship.
Okay,
by the
yeah,
end of
I
the round.
want to give them a chance to respond.
Well, you basically have like 3 more turns from the Argo if you want the Argo to prep or do anything. Unless it's passed, you could just sit there and it's like, let's stand back and let them figure out what they're gonna do.
Might want to see if there's any way you can neutralize their warp core explosion or contain it, so that if pods start jettisoning, the warp core doesn't take out the pods.
You're an admiral. Just remote access their ship.
You might be able to do that.
Beep boop boop. Yeah, is there any way we could do that, or any way we could? I just don't see a way to shut down the warp core or do much of anything from here. What I will do, however, is let's spend 2 momentum and take some Argo turns to create some advantages. Tractor beams ready to go and already, got the range stuff. All the transporter rooms are manned and ready. And we've got a plan and systems in place for quick shield drops, beams, and shield backup, and all that good stuff. So yeah, we're just prepping for a massive rescue op in as quick amount of time as we can.
Give me a diff 2 check from your crew, assisted by sensors engineering. This is the evacuation part of it. You spent 2, and I'm counting at least 1 turn being getting into position, and then another one getting ready to start getting people off as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll give you 1 threat for the 3rd die. And here's the ship.
And then you moved into position, you're ready to beam people up. You want to be ready to tractor things.
Yep.
Let's make that it's a diff 2 check anyway, because you're creating an advantage, except this time it's assisted by ship's structure plus security, because it's a tractor beam.
Okay. Diff 2, I'll give you a momentum for the 3rd this time.
Okay.
Structure, security, yeah, okay. Crew. And then ship.
Okay. So reset all of that. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, tick. And I shall roll 1 challenge die. They do not blow up. There's some people hurt, but otherwise they're fine. Their first action is to, since you acted last, is have the ship evacuate. They jump into pods and they start firing off. You immediately start yanking them in and beaming anyone you can.
Yeah.
There's still half the ship to go, but it takes time for them to get to the pods, grab what they need, start and whatnot, and grab what injured they have.
Question: if they're going already injecting pods, does that mean their shields are down?
For 2 momentum, their shields can be down as part of that. Someone could have hit the shield button on the way out.
And if you yank the bridge staff,
Or
that means the guy
everyone else?
Yeah, you can just yank everyone else for the transport.
Yeah, let's do that.
So
Get those transporters working.
their shields drop. On your turn, you want the Argo shields to drop so you can start beaming things.
Yeah.
That's a minor. And now you're going to try to beam the bridge crew or like everybody else who's left on the Astral?
Yeah, we're going to just, we're full rescue mode now before this warp core goes.
So base 2, we're going to presume, because I assume Haggard isn't doing the beaming. He's getting someone in the transporter room to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
So diff base would be 2, gets brought down to 1. Essentially not from a pad. 2, as many pads. There's a lot of people on Sabers. It's not to a pad. So duh and duh. It's a mass beam. That's all I can. Wait, hold on. Yeah, the math's right. So it's a. Wow. For record's sake. It's a diff 4 check. Control engineering, if Haggard wanted to do it himself for some reason. It's sensor engineering, assisted by the ship. If you like, Haggard could direct, because he hasn't done that yet.
That's what I was going to do. I'll direct for the mass beam. And it's diff 4, so control engineering, but he's not doing it himself. So take 3 threat for 4 dice for the crew. Here's sensors engineering. Here is Haggard's assist.
And in one massive beam out, you're able to be all your transport rooms, including the cargo room, start beaming as many people as they can, and just filling up whatever space is available, just to get people for the sole task of just get people off. I'll mention this because you have crew that would tell you. For 2 momentum, you can have them contained.
Oh yeah, we definitely want security there.
Yeah. So that was you directing the ship to do a thing. Do you wish to keep the initiative, or do you wish to turn to Oh, the Astral can't do anything. So the turn goes back to you.
Just turns to leave.
I mean, if you can try to remotely remove their warp core, that's a ship that could have data in its banks.
Yeah.
I will say that it won't be remotely accessible. A away team would have to go over.
You've got a few actions that you could take to try and send the crew over to either stabilize or
Honestly,
eject
just
their warp
eject the core.
ejecting.
Like,
it would probably be
Ejecting
Why
the
go the
core
complicated
is super
route? You can
easy
just
over.
Yep. So
tractor it
when
back,
are
yeah.
you going to roll that die again?
Once you're, because the Astral's turns don't matter anymore. There's no one left to take turns over there. It's once you have basically 4 more turns before the round ends, and then I roll 2 challenge dice to see if an effect comes up.
Okay. First off, the ship should have 5 because it was a direct, so that was my
Oh
turn.
yeah, it was your turn. You're right. Yep, it is. So
So
there's
5 turns.
So yeah, let's send an away team over.
Okay, so you're using one of your crew support. Oh no. I assume you're not going to give me threat for something you can spend crew support for.
Yeah, I'll do crew support.
Costs you 1 power. Control engineering, difficulty of 2, assisted by sensors engineering to beam over a boarding party or an away team in this case.
Control engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by sensors engineering. Yeah, take a threat for 3 die. And then sensors engineering. Yeah, and their orders are to shut it down if possible. If not, eject the core.
So second turn, directing the away team. Hey, do the thing. Cool, we'll do the thing. So you want them to just eject the darn thing?
If they can stop the overload, do that. If not, eject.
I'll note for record's sake, if there was enemy crew still on there, there'd be an opposed roll about gaining control of the engine room and all that. There's no one
Right.
there, so we're foregoing that roll because it's not necessary. If you wish to stabilize the core, it is an extended task. Extended task, work 8, magnitude 3, resistance of 2, base difficulty of 3. And to be your star crew, or if
Yeah, because hair's already gone. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so star crew base difficulty of 3. Take a momentum and a threat for 4 dice.
How much that? Sorry.
2 threat.
2.
Well, they missed it.
3 more to go.
Okay, so how many turns do we have left now?
3 turns.
Okay. Let's try it again. Same thing, except I'm going to give you a bunch of threat for the 4 dice. 3 more threat for 4 dice. Okay.
That is momentum.
Gain a momentum. Roll 6 challenge dice.
Sorry, I didn't click out. Ugh. Jeez.
Do you want to re-roll 3 on that?
Yeah. Just
I'll
take
take
the first 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 with resistance of 2 is 3 work.
I'd
Man.
just lean toward ejecting it at this point.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it out. So yeah, just eject the core.
Okay, eject will be their 4th move. Ejecting is a diff 2 task.
Okay, take 1 threat for 3 dice.
They are able to eject the core. At the end of the round, if you are, it won't. The core still blows up in this hex. It won't. It just won't instantly annihilate the astral. It will do damage as if it were blowing up next to both of you.
Okay, it's definitely going to blow up this turn, or this next turn.
I have to roll dice to see if it blows up. I still have
And
to do it.
what's the?
It's 2 challenge dice. I have to hit an effect on at least one of them.
You can tractor and run.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
thought. I want to tractor the ship and warp out.
Don't you have 1 action left?
You'd have to swift task to run.
Yeah,
It's doable.
It's
Yeah.
doable.
It's doable though. Yeah.
So tractoring is
Question.
yes.
Couldn't you just turn the tractor into a repulsor?
Just push the warp core away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, the problem is you'd only be
before?
able to repulse it 1 hex away from its
That's not enough.
location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it would save the Argo from being hurt, but it wouldn't save the
Right.
Astral necessarily.
No, fair enough.
So yeah, let's go for the
Tractor and run.
yeah.
So you're looking at difficulties reduced by 1 because you prepped for this in advance. They already know they were going to do this. Didn't know for this, but diff 1 assisted by structure security.
Okay. Well, here we're giving you lots of threat here at the end, but I'll give you another one for 3 dice.
Right, he hasn't tried to assassinate Grennan yet. That's what this is for.
Okay, and then structure security. Well, 1 momentum. So I guess I'll give you a momentum and a threat for a swift task to warp out.
And it's a diff 1 task assisted by Engines Con.
It's con. And head back to DSE.
With our new
And
ship
just for
controls.
Would have blown up. Oh, you would have had an extra turn. But hey.
All right, and with that, and I think you're pretty much done with Haggard for the evening, I have to go because I'm already going to be hating myself tomorrow morning.
That's
Very
fair.
good. Thanks for coming
That's
by.
fair.
See you later.
Sure. I super enjoyed it. If you guys want Haggard to come around again, just let me know, and I'll be more than happy to. Thanks for letting me play.
Yeah.
All right.
See you around.
Good night, guys.
New scene. Before your 3 days go out, and actually, Grennan, you hear in the same day before you even do anything that, oh, is he back yet? He is not yet. Catching up with Efrix and Pend, you two were looking into things.
Huh?
Hmm?
I said, uh-huh.
Oh,
Paying attention.
wait, that didn't work. There we go.
To get poisoned again.
Do we come across any more people I've put a sword in heads?
Like, just down the street, you're just throwing daggers everywhere. Really should stop doing that. It's very dangerous.
You gotta let them know who's in charge.
What? You silly thing. Let me get back in there. Thank you. Had to restart. I had a weird thing. After a few days have gone by, Pend, you have gotten word of your lecture is ready to go at the military academy in the upper city of the capital. Efrix, you finally are able to extract yourself from the clutches of the medical establishment as part of it was helping this person, but also it was learning a lot. And now you actually have a second to kind of get away, and it's polite. There's no real reason, unless you intend to start being a doctor here. You have no real reason to stay.
Yeah.
At least for that reason. But for all accountants' purposes, the person who was hurt is perfectly fine and will be back on duty with little to no scarring.
Just a flesh wound.
In the brain.
Well.
Lieutenant Thralic to away team.
Sir?
Pend here.
Bonsap here. Captain.
Captain here. I'm sorry, I didn't see myself on the map.
Ooh.
I didn't know if you had something. Which is why.
I thought you were away still.
Okay.
You came back.
Yes,
That's where. Actually, in that event, then, the person who doesn't respond is Bonsap.
Oh.
Ambassador Bonsap? Captain, I'm not getting a response. I saw a sudden surge of energy from the planet, and I lost contact with everybody. I'm checking over subspace to see who's still in contact. I have doctor still at the hospital, Penned at the some sort of academy, I'm guessing, and you're aboard ship, I believe. But I can't see where Bonsab is, and I don't hear, and he hasn't responded.
Damn it. We're gonna need to bring down an away team. Pend, are you busy?
You look. This general standing next to you looks like he's ready to hand you the pad to help for your speech and for some of the effects you were gonna show people.
You could say I'm quite busy at the moment.
All right. In which case, I'll be bringing down security to Bonsab's last known location.
Oh, well, yeah, on comms, Captain. How would you like to come to my lecture?
Once I've the safety of Bonsab, I will absolutely come to your lecture.
General kind of walks over to you, Pend. Was this about one of your crew?
apparently one of our ambassadors who was on the surface has gone missing.
That petty little. I think I know who did it. Don't worry, I'll solve it. You do your lecture and your captain can relax. I'll get your ambassador back.
Thank you, General. Captain,
Yes.
one of my new friends has got the situation in hand.
Oh.
Yes, I was talking to one of the generals.
All right. If you're certain.
Well, I did throw a sword in his attache's head, but yeah, I'm pretty certain.
Brennan's jaw just drops.
He's
He's
fine.
They're okay. They are out of surgery and completely fine.
There's only a minor sword to the head.
Apparently, here it is a minor thing.
Yes,
Eh,
Senator.
all right.
Like,
Either way, I will be bringing down a security. I will be bringing down a security detail with me, just in case.
Fair enough. Doctor, do you wish to come to the lecture?
certainly, Captain.
And unless he is elsewhere, I think I will bring a Lieutenant Hussar.
He's on the
Okay.
Kismet. Yeah.
Yep.
Stay with
'Cause
the
he-
communications.
He's
Because hand phasers, hand-to-hand combat avoidance. He's actually he's pretty kitted out for.
Kitted? Kitty? No.
kittied out.
Go on, just make Cation puns.
We're children.
Also,
Yes. So
I mean,
I am.
you guys, I made a character named Gerbil.
God. God.
I
Rossar.
encouraged you.
Hussar is also mine, so
Yep.
Prosar. Anyone else you bring with you?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm looking. I'm looking to see if there's anyone else I could conceivably like.
Maybe bring Cecile. Make it a date.
Yeah, on the Kismet you only have Thralok and Thruzar.
Yeah. Well, we need to leave someone on the bridge. We need to leave someone on the bridge of the Kismet.
yeah.
So.
Technically you have other ranking people, but yeah, we generally
Yeah, you
Go
could bring
to-
a security team. It's just
Yeah, and that's what I think I'll do. I'll bring Hussar and I'll organize a security team. Like a team of 2 more nondescript yellow shirts.
So the security team advantage,
Yes.
which will either be a crew support or 1 momentum, 1 threat. In this case, 2 threat.
Crew support.
Okay. Security detail.
I'm basically only inviting Greenwich so I can try and con his determination out of him.
Wow.
you were just in contact with him.
He could just give that to you over comms.
He's not spent his determination yet.
I mean,
you
but
might have to avoid a, a grenade to the
He's
shoulder.
fine.
with the way I've been
I was
rolling
gonna
tonight,
say-
I need it. Hey, at least I'm honest about it.
Can't think of a lecture that Efrix would probably be less interested in, but you invited her, so she's going.
You don't even know what the lecture's about.
She doesn't.
I mean, do you?
I mean, I hope so.
I have an idea.
Do you?
Is the captain and company beaming down, I presume?
Yes.
Since the Type 7 is still on the ground?
Hmm.
Anywhere in particular? The lower city, the starport, the upper city? You have enough influence, you can beam almost anywhere you want.
Would we be able to beam sort of to the outside of this it's a military, right?
It's a city. It's a capital city.
Right,
Remember,
but this place that Pend is speaking at.
oh, you could beam outside the military academy if you wanted, yeah.
Yeah, like not right into it, but like
Next door. Yeah, on
Yeah.
the street.
Out front, yeah.
yeah, like at the big front entrance, because presumably this place it looks somewhat nice. It's
Oh,
a
you're
military
this is in
academy.
the upper. This is in the upper city, so it's in where all the precursor tech is.
Yeah, so yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, where do you go from there?
We're gonna go into the academy to find where Penn's lecture is.
Oh, you're very quickly. There's signs and everything, and people start helpful. Junior officers start directing you and your company to the relevant room.
Very good.
And after you find the only three other, aside from Penn, who's up on a podium with a big hollow vid screen behind him, with some attendants helping him with pointing out how the controls work and checking if he wants lighting change and all that. And you see the three other Starfleet officers. The rest of the room, think like a lecture hall, except everyone's in military dress uniforms. Like think like cadets and teachers and stuff like that. And then there's a section of actually like decorated officers, and they all look sort of very dressed up. This looks like it's still the same black uniform you see military people wear, except they have a chest full of like campaign medals and medals of prestige and so forth.
Didn't know we were supposed to dress up. Oh well.
Is Pend in full dress uniform with all his honors?
Yeah, he is.
So he's wearing the dress white with a bunch of medals pinned onto it, which isn't Starfleet reg, but
You could have
he
told
looks
us.
he looks a lot like these guys do.
No,
It's
I
Boudreaux,
mean, I don't care. I'm a doctor. Doctor first, Starfleet second.
I mean, I probably would have told you. So if you want to get changed into the dress whites, go for it.
Coming directly from the hospital, so I don't know if I care. I just saved one of their people, so well, not me personally, but I helped.
Does Graham want to be in dress whites?
I mean, yeah, I'd say so.
If you recommended it pinned, I would. But if you were just like, you could dress up, I probably would.
Yeah, it's very much I have to.
Well, you were on the ship, Cap.
Yeah.
It's easier for you.
For her, it's a special request. Like, hey, ship, could you beam down like a duffel bag real quick? I need my dress uniform.
Yeah.
Or you could have brought it.
Yeah.
Oh, the captain's your gopher. Got it.
Nothing.
God.
Or Ressar could have. Somebody.
The security detail. We'll make them be the gopher. Not like what, do 4 years of academy training or anything. Stop being a junior officer. You won't be carrying a senior officer's stuff.
Years of academy training wasted.
They could have taken the valet course. You don't know.
I'm a sham.
I mean, you said it. Nah, it's better there. So everyone dresses
Did
up.
you recommend it pinned?
That's the question. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'd recommend this
Okay,
is a
then
formal
yes.
occasion.
Why is the worst color. Why?
Do you also recommend that they wear all the chest full of medals like you are, or just regular dressed up?
If you've got medals to put them on. I mean, Varda was complaining that he was sat in a room with an admiral dressed up. I'm sat in a room full of an entire composing with people.
Right.
You think,
I was complaining that I was in combat dressed up.
yeah, I probably will at some stage.
So do I see penned?
You do, yeah. The quick question I had before you
Is
say
there-
anything, is
Oh.
do you two deck yourselves in your medals, which isn't Starfleet reg, but it is something that he seems to be suggesting you do.
If
Uh,
he recommended,
like
if he
Kirk's
recommended it, yes. I don't
Yes.
have a ton, but
Yeah, I'd say so.
I have a couple.
Yours are also distinctly medical, which is recognizable.
I will say as well as an addition, as an addendum, when you guys were let in, even you, Doctor, when they see you with medals, even one, the fact they have like more than one,
Mhm.
they give you they become a lot more. Everyone's kind of been giving you, since you come to this world, it's a tolerating look. It's like, well, you're aliens, you're not from here. We'll let you screw up because you're not, you don't know better. But
Mhm.
you are not from here, and just a very special occasion, our government's meeting, sort of thing. Now you're looking. Now they're acting a lot more military formal around you. They're standing a little straighter. People are getting out of your way, especially if they're junior officers or enlisted. So they kind of or just citizens. Like, oh, you're a decorated officer. I'll step out of your way. Sorry, didn't mean to impede you. So you're getting just an extra bit of modicum of respect from basically anyone you run into. And you're actually shown seats up front where you get, instead of just being seated wherever they can find a seat if you were just regular dressed.
Hmm.
We
Yes,
shouldn't
you do
come
see
dressed up to begin with.
I
I don't like it, but like maybe. But yeah, take my seat.
So yes, I'll go up and find penned.
Oh, he's easily found. I'll actually notice that your seats were reserved. They notice once you have chests on, they actually put like little Federation flags over the seats in case you have to go use the bathroom or something. They're saying, no, you don't get to sit here.
Well, penned. Here you go. First big lecture.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be doing this, but
Don't worry. You've got this. Just remember, project. Speak from the diaphragm. Project.
Captain.
you realised 3 days ago I threw a sword through someone's head.
That's projecting.
I am aware, Pend. I'm also aware that I am the one that approved your promotion. So, all I ask is you take my advice and project.
Excuse me, sirs. The microphone does function. Says an attendee who is kind of standing there a little frightened that you walked up on stage and didn't say anything until just now.
Good job, Captain.
Looks at Penn, just taps him on the shoulder, says, "You got this," and he gives Penn his determination.
Yay!
Oh. Was he supposed to do that? He was supposed to do that, right?
Do what?
Come up on stage? Is that part of the speech? I don't know how this works.
No, he was just trying to be nice.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
The mic does work, though.
No, I figured as much.
They scurry off.
Yeah, the whole they were already on. The whole auditorium already heard that.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I just nearly murdered one of you a couple of days ago. Don't worry about it.
Maybe don't keep advertising that.
Yeah.
Speech. Or lecture, more like, but you know.
Here are the various ways of which I could kill you with this piece of paper by pens.
I assume I have some form of a table with the the objects?
Yep.
Okay.
You have your little podium, and there's probably like a little display table next to you where they put them down for you.
Okay, I shall begin. God damn, I actually wrote something. So, just before we start, I'll explain what's on the table in case you think something's weird's going on.
Something weird is going on.
Well,
but go on.
yeah. On a table, you see 2 boxes with lids on them. That's it for now. I didn't say I was going to be helpful.
It's Schrodinger's cat.
Maybe.
And one of these boxes is a cation.
I'm trying to focus.
Let Penn
Sorry,
speak.
Ben.
Hecklers from the audience, you always get them no matter what lectures you go to.
Okay. Enlightened ladies and gentlemen here for the lecture, let me ask you a question. When have you defeated when you have defeated all of the bad guys, all of your enemies, when you have finally have it the way you want it, then what? Maybe you will win, but not for long. But coming up, you have the chance to break the cycle of war between your 2 species. But I believe a physical demonstration is in order for all of you. And I'll signal towards the crowd. Could I get 2 volunteers, please? Maybe someone from the Woohoo?
What if Mr. Project does it? I think you just volunteered yourself, Lieutenant. Oh, dang it. As one officer started jeering you, and the other one just looked at him, and they're like, "Oh, I have to go up now." And then that same officer kind of looks at somebody else, and they're like, me. I'll go up too." Some officers start racing up to the podium before they get volunteered for something else.
Thank you very much for coming on stage. In front of you, we have some boxes. Could each of you open your respective box?
They open the boxes.
In front of you, you see 2 buttons. Each buttons do the exact same thing in each box. One will destroy all of your enemies. The other will destroy yourselves. Now, I can sense there's a bit of confusion here, so let me explain. Here is a scale model of war. Every war that you've had, that I've had, the Federation, the Klingons, the Romulans, the Chigoans, and that's here, right in front of you. As when you fire that first shot from that super weapon you have, it does not matter how right you feel, you don't know who's going to die. You don't know whose children are going to scream and burn. How much blood needs to be spilt before you do what you were always going to do and talk? And talking's really just a fancy word for changing your mind. And if you're not going to change your mind, then unfortunately, I see you all dying as idiots. Or we could all walk away from these boxes, close the lids, and try to move towards a possible future that's a bit more enlightened. Oh no, it's Stonewall, don't worry. Now, I can clearly see that there are some of you who are thinking, who is this rude and obnoxious outsider telling you about war and insulting you? But why not see the things that I have seen? Feel the things I have done? And realise you don't want this type of blood in your hands. So, feel free to read my mind.
Presence, con, or command opposed.
Yeah. I probably will command because I can bold that one. I'm going to go 6.
Spending it back.
Yeah, that's fair. Would you accept team dynamics or survival?
At complication either way.
Yeah, that's fine. And this is why I wanted the determination, because knowing my luck, I'm going to shit the bed.
Gotta be kidding me.
Can I spend the determination to win?
To create an advantage that you have strong oration or something to that effect, yeah.
Yeah. Is that fair?
To what value? To invoke that. What value is the tipping point? What's the advantage that really gets them to believe what you're saying? Or listen is a better way to put it. Whether or not they believe it's up to them. But to at least listen and not just ignore you.
I'd like it to be for I have been through worse and allowing them to go into my mind and see the things Penn's done in the different theatres of war.
Roll for 6 challenge dice.
Because I'm quite literally going to allow them to silently enter his mind for it. Oh, I might need to reroll one to get 5. Will you allow a threat spend to get up to 5?
Yep. You feel unlike before, people were listening and looking at you. The presence of the room was apparent. You can feel them all in your mind. This sense of almost like the crowd doubled or tripled in size, as if you're being stared at and examined, and everything about you is being turned over and closely regarded.
Does it help I try and focus on the escalation of technologies and inventive ways and new ways of killing?
For 2 threat, you can. That will be carried across.
Sure. Do we get a psionic projector in the back because of the big screen?
More like they kind of had the screen blown up so you could be seen easier and the buttons could be seen. And if you were looking at anybody, they showed who you were looking at, that sort of thing. Otherwise, it went to a default of the Federation emblem to indicate who's speaking. Then there's like some special stats about who you were, your rank. And actually, one thing that the 4 of you would see, it's not so much an image into Penn's mind, but it starts showing it's almost like someone's creating a PowerPoint presentation on Penn's experience regarding war. And you can see like little notes being added to the screen. next to an image of Penn's face as they're noting various terrible things he's seen and experienced. And then he focuses, the bullet points become a lot more focused, less erratic, and it's focusing on technology and all that.
That's as far as I thought.
The two officers at the podium both press their buttons. And everyone just kind of stops and looks at them. And they look at you.
So I didn't tell you which button did what.
Do our enemies perish?
As far as you know, you've just doomed yourself. And your enemies win.
But a bold officer does whatever it takes to stop evil.
There's a difference between bold and foolish.
There's a difference between caution and cowardice. And they storm off. The other officers in the stands look up. It's obvious they're staring at them like they said something they did something completely not okay. Like that probably on a look of their faces, they're all staring at them like they just did something insanely rude.
What, that they've
They're
basically just
staring at them
what,
as they leave.
Yeah, because they've basically just done something that's summed it down to a 50-50 whether you wipe out your own species. That's pretty insane.
That's what they think is rude.
Well,
It's the problem.
One officer steps forward. Apologies for that, Captain. It seems there are those in this esteemed academy who hold looks around the room like he's being stared at like don't he kind of looks around. Unconventional ideals of military accomplishment. Understand that we here of more stable and sound mind understand what you're saying. And we'll ensure that those we know will hear this and know the same as we do. If I were to advise you anything, I would advise you to retire before you lose your mind.
thank you. I hope this will reach at least some people who it can affect positively.
He looks around. Not everyone here is gray in the hair. It'll get out. Good day.
Good day.
And people start looking at each other. It's if you were to see them, it would look like that kind of crowd in a lecture hall where people would normally be getting up, start chatting about what they saw, making notes. It's just lots of looks. It's the same thing. They're just looking at each other and occasionally moving at each other's way and looking meaningfully at each other as they start silently moving out. Like they forgot that there's non-psychics in the room who can't hear them thinking.
I just looked down at the Federation group.
Afric's mime's clapping
Probably.
because it's so quiet, and she's like, "Do I?"
And Brendan just sort of has this satisfied smirk on his face.
Probably not the lecture you were thinking you were going to get, I assume.
No.
Not entirely incorrect of what I thought it might be about. A different approach than I expected. Well done, Professor Captain. She winks.
Well, I'm a bit worn out from allowing the woohoo to dig around. So if you excuse me, I would like to get some rest.
You do that.
Oh, fantastic. Someone else.
Yes, I have some matters that I have to attend to myself.
Do we have an update on Mr. Bonsad?
I believe I can answer that, Doctor.
And
Captains, Doctor, and others. I have been, well, to get it out of the way, I am Midnight Captain von Wartburg of the Midnight Watch. And I've been asked to pass along a message to the Starfleet away team on the planet. It would seem a certain senator has Mr. Bonsab in custody and will not release him until Captain Grennan meets with him alone at a designated location. And I'll tell you now, it's a trap, and I think he's going to try to kill you or do something else terrible to you. He looks at you, grinning at that. And he looks tired. He looks like he hasn't slept for hours at this point.
what's the timetable?
In 2 days' time, there's a location they want you to meet. It's in the Grand Plaza in front of the Forum.
I see. The Grand Plaza in front of.
In front of the Forum, yes.
Brennan looks at the others and this is out of character. But what time of year is it?
That's a
couldn't tell you.
weird question to ask in a space game.
I know.
It is
You'll
It's
going for it. It
196 star dates since the beginning of the year.
The last time I checked, it was like late March. I know what you're going for.
beware the Ides of March.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, so he can do that alone.
It seems I'll have to talk to the senator again. See if I can work something out.
He doesn't want to talk to you, Pen.
No, different senator.
Oh.
The one who set this up is the guy whose attaché I put a sword to the head. The guy who's having a bitch fit is the one who didn't take kindly to new ideas.
My understanding is this came from the mouth of Proconsul Fietless. Not the general that you're thinking of there, Mr. Tellerate.
Suppose he didn't take too kindly to me showing him up at the firing range.
I think his intention was to grab you today, but you weren't on planet.
Pen and I were both in military installations. That would have been a stupid
Which is why
plan.
they didn't grab you. And since the good captain over there was in the company of one of the most esteemed decorated generals of their time, they would not dare assault this place without risk of losing reputation, and they wouldn't attack the military academy because their people are the military hospital, since they're injured, are there as much as the other side.
Well, we have 2 days. Getting Bonsab back has become our primary priority. Otherwise, I'm looking at walking into yet another assassination attempt.
I have 2 suggestions.
Why do I get the feeling like I'm not going to like either of them?
Because you're a Starfleet captain, every choice is bad
Mm.
in different degrees. One, you meet with the curator of culture here and awaken yourself. You are human, and I imagine your doctor has an idea of what your Esper rating is. If it's high enough, you might be able to awaken and have some chance against the senator, a pro-council. And you might be able to do it on your own. The second is to let my agents here rescue your man. Our way won't be Starfleet's way, but he will be out and he'll be on your ship. That will mean Midnight Watch won't be welcome on this planet anymore, because we'll be able to trick them, but they will realize that the only persons who could have done this, if it wasn't you, has to be the only other organization on this planet that isn't Woohoo. And the third is, well, you don't tell me anything, because the less I know, the less they can pry into my minds. And if you do plan anything, I wouldn't plan it within thought distance of this planet. Do it from orbit with your shields up.
Agreed. Well, everyone, we should head back to the Kismet. Formulate a battle plan. Wartburg, you should stay down here. I'll reach out for you when I've come to a decision.
Very well.
Well, everyone, let's get going. Oh, and one more thing. Wartburg.
Fine.
Wartburg. Before I leave,
Yes.
Admiral Haggard sends his regards.
Never thought the Argo was that fast. Thank you.
Taps his comm badge. Captain Grennan to Kismet.
Kismet here.
5 to beam up.
What about us?
5?
There's more than
Oh,
one
there's
person.
more than one
in a
person.
detail.
Oh, I'm sorry. 6 to beam up then.
I'm just one guy on the planet.
You leave like this one crewman standing there, like, huh.
I was like, wait. And then he also.
Yeah, that's about what I thought.
And that is the end of the episode.